Gilgamesh Epic. An Old Babylonian version. On the basis of recently discovered texts. The Gilgamesh Epic is the most notable literary product of Babylonia as yet discovered in the mounds of Mesopotamia. It recounts the exploits and adventures of a favorite hero, and in its final form covers 12 tablets, each tablet consisting of 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse, of about 50 lines for each column, or a total of about 3,600 lines. Of this total, however, barely more than one-half has been found among the remains of the great collection of cuneiform tablets gathered by King Ashurbanipal, 668 to 626 BC. In his palace at Nineveh, and discovered by Layard in 1854 in the course of his excavations of the mound Kuyunjik, opposite Mosul. The fragments of the epic painfully gathered, chiefly by George Smith, from the circa 30,000 tablets and bits of tablets brought to the British Museum were published in model form by Professor Paul Haupt. And that edition still remains the primary source for our study of the epic. For the sake of convenience we may call the form of the epic in the fragments from the library of Ashurbanipal the Assyrian version, though like most of the literary productions in the library it not only reverts to a Babylonian original, but represents a late copy of a much older original. The absence of any reference to Assyria in the fragments recovered justifies us in assuming that the Assyrian version received its present form in Babylonia, perhaps in Erech. Though it is of course possible that some of the late features, particularly the elaboration of the teachings of the theologians or schoolmen in the 11th and 12th tablets, may have been produced at least in part under Assyrian influence. A definite indication that the Gilgamesh epic reverts to a period earlier than Hammurabi, or Hammurawi, i.e., beyond 2000 BC, was furnished by the publication of a text clearly belonging to the first Babylonian dynasty, of which Hammurabi was the 6th member, in CT 6-5. Which text Zimmern recognized as a part of the tale of Atrahasis, one of the names given to the survivor of the deluge, recounted on the 11th tablet of the Gilgamesh epic. This was confirmed by the discovery of a fragment of the deluge story dated in the 11th year of Ammisaduqa, i.e., c. 1967 BC. In this text, likewise, the name of the deluge hero appears as Atrahasis, Colonel 8-4. But while these two tablets do not belong to the Gilgamesh epic and merely introduce an episode which has also been incorporated into the epic, Dr. Bruno Meissner in 1902 published a tablet, dating, as the writing and the internal evidence showed, from the Hammurabi period, which undoubtedly is a portion of what by way of distinction we may call an Old Babylonian version. It was picked up by Dr. Meissner at a dealer's shop in Baghdad and acquired for the Berlin Museum. The tablet consists of 4 columns, 2 on the obverse and 2 on the reverse, and deals with the hero's wanderings in search of a cure from disease with which he has been smitten after the death of his companion Enkidu. The hero fears that the disease will be fatal and longs to escape death. It corresponds to a portion of Tablet X of the Assyrian version. Unfortunately, only the lower portion of the obverse and the upper of the reverse have been preserved, 57 lines in all, and in default of a colophon we do not know the numeration of the tablet in this Old Babylonian edition. Its chief value, apart from its furnishing a proof for the existence of the epic as early as 2000 BC, lies, a. in the writing Gish instead of Gish-Gin, Mash in the Assyrian version, for the name of the hero, b. in the writing Enkidu, abbreviated from Dug, Enki is good, for Enkidu, in the Assyrian version, and c. in the remarkable address of the maiden Sabbatum, dwelling at the seaside, to whom Gilgamesh comes in the course of his wanderings. From the Assyrian version we know that the hero tells the maiden of his grief for his lost companion, and of his longing to escape the dire fate of Enkidu. In the Old Babylonian fragment the answer of Sabbatum is given in full, and the sad note that it strikes, showing how hopeless it is for man to try to escape death which is in store for all mankind, is as remarkable as is the philosophy of eat, drink and be merry which Sabbatum imparts. The address indicates how early the tendency arose to attach to ancient tales the current religious teachings. Why, O Gish, dost thou run about? The life that thou seekest, thou wilt not find. When the gods created mankind, death they imposed on mankind. Life they kept in their power. Thou, O Gish, fill thy belly. Day and night do thou rejoice. Daily make a rejoicing. Day and night a renewal of jollification. Let thy clothes be clean. Wash thy head and pour water over thee. Care for the little one who takes hold of thy hand. Let the wife rejoice in thy bosom. Such teachings, reminding us of the leading thought in the biblical book of Ecclesiastes, indicate the didactic character given to ancient tales that were of popular origin, but which were modified and elaborated under the influence of the schools which arose in connection with the Babylonian temples. The story itself belongs, therefore, to a still earlier period than the form it received in this Old Babylonian version. The existence of this tendency at so early a date comes to us as a genuine surprise, and justifies the assumption that the attachment of a lesson to the deluge story in the Assyrian version, to wit, the limitation in attainment of immortality to those singled out by the gods as exceptions, dates likewise from the Old Babylonian period. The same would apply to the 12th tablet, which is almost entirely didactic, intended to illustrate the impossibility of learning anything of the fate of those who have passed out of this world. It also emphasizes the necessity of contenting oneself with the comfort that the care of the dead, by providing burial and food and drink offerings for them affords, as the only means of ensuring for them rest and freedom from the pangs of hunger and distress. However, it is of course possible that the 12th tablet, which impresses one as a supplement to the adventures of Gilgamesh, ending with his return to Uruk, i.e. Erech, at the close of the 11th tablet, may represent a later elaboration of the tendency to connect religious teachings with the exploits of a favorite hero. We now have further evidence both of the extreme antiquity of the literary form of the Gilgamesh Epic and also of the disposition to make the epic the medium of illustrating aspects of life and the destiny of mankind. The discovery by Dr. Arno Pobel of a Sumerian form of the tale of the descent of Ishtar to the lower world and her release, apparently a nature myth to illustrate the change of season from summer to winter and back again to spring, enables us to pass beyond the Akkadian or Semitic form of tales current in the Euphrates Valley to the Sumerian form. Furthermore, we are indebted to Dr. Langdon for the identification of two Sumerian fragments in the Nippur collection which deal with the adventures of Gilgamesh, one in Constantinople, the other in the collection of the University of Pennsylvania Museum. The former, of which only 25 lines are preserved, 19 on the obverse and 6 on the reverse, appears to be a description of the weapons of Gilgamesh with which he arms himself for an encounter, presumably the encounter with Umbaba or Uawa, the ruler of the cedar forest in the mountain. The latter deals with the building operations of Gilgamesh in the city of Erech. A text in Zimmern's Sumerisch Kultlieder aus Altbabylonischer Zeit, Leipzig, 1913, No. 196, appears likewise to be a fragment of the Sumerian version of the Gilgamesh Epic, bearing on the episode of Gilgamesh's and Enkidu's relations to the goddess Ishtar, covered in the 6th and 7th tablets of the Assyrian version. Until, however, further fragments shall have turned up, it would be hazardous to institute a comparison between the Sumerian and the Akkadian versions. All that can be said for the present is that there is every reason to believe in the existence of a literary form of the epic in Sumerian which presumably antedated the Akkadian recension. Just as we have a Sumerian form of Ishtar's descent into the netherworld, and Sumerian versions of creation myths, as also of the deluge tale. It does not follow, however, that the Akkadian versions of the Gilgamesh epic are translations of the Sumerian, any more than that the Akkadian creation myths are translations of a Sumerian original. Indeed, in the case of the creation myths, the striking difference between the Sumerian and Akkadian views of creation points to the independent production of creation stories on the part of the Semitic settlers of the Euphrates Valley. Though no doubt these were worked out in part under Sumerian literary influences. The same is probably true of deluge tales, which would be given a distinctly Akkadian coloring in being reproduced and steadily elaborated by the Babylonian literati attached to the temples. The presumption is, therefore, in favor of an independent literary origin for the Semitic versions of the Gilgamesh epic, though naturally with a duplication of the episodes, or at least of some of them, in the Sumerian narrative. Nor does the existence of a Sumerian form of the epic necessarily prove that it originated with the Sumerians in their earliest home before they came to the Euphrates Valley. They may have adopted it after their conquest of southern Babylonia from the Semites who, there are now substantial grounds for believing, were the earlier settlers in the Euphrates Valley. We must distinguish, therefore, between the earliest literary form, which was undoubtedly Sumerian, and the origin of the episodes embodied in the epic, including the chief actors, Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu. It will be shown that one of the chief episodes, the encounter of the two heroes with a powerful guardian or ruler of a cedar forest, points to a western region, more specifically to Amurru, as the scene. The names of the two chief actors, moreover, appear to have been Sumerianized by an artificial process, and if this view turns out to be correct, we would have a further ground for assuming the tale to have originated among the Akkadian settlers and to have been taken over from them by the Sumerians. New light on the earliest Babylonian version of the epic, as well as on the Assyrian version, has been shed by the recovery of two substantial fragments of the form which the epic had assumed in Babylonia in the Hammurabi period. The study of this important new material also enables us to advance the interpretation of the epic and to perfect the analysis into its component parts. In the spring of 1914, the Museum of the University of Pennsylvania acquired by purchase a large tablet, the writing of which as well as the style and the manner of spelling verbal forms and substantives pointed distinctly to the time of the First Babylonian dynasty. The tablet was identified by Dr. Arnaud Pobel as part of the Gilgamesh Epic, and, as the colophon showed, it formed the second tablet of the series. He copied it with a view to publication, but the outbreak of the war which found him in Germany, his native country, prevented him from carrying out this intention. He, however, utilized some of its contents in his discussion of the historical or semi-historical traditions about Gilgamesh, as revealed by the important list of partly mythical and partly historical dynasties found among the tablets of the Nippur collection, in which Gilgamesh occurs as a king of an Erech dynasty, whose father was a priest of Kalab. The publication of the tablet was then undertaken by Dr. Stephen Langdon in monograph form under the title, The Epic of Gilgamesh. In a preliminary article on the tablet in the Museum Journal, Volume 8, pages 29 to 38, Dr. Langdon took the tablet to be of the late Persian period, i.e., between the 6th and 3rd century B.C. But his attention having been called to this error of some 1,500 years, he corrected it in his introduction to his edition of the text, though he neglected to change some of his notes in which he still refers to the text as late. In addition to a copy of the text, accompanied by a good photograph, Dr. Langdon furnished a transliteration and translation with some notes and a brief introduction. The text is unfortunately badly copied, being full of errors. And the translation is likewise very defective. A careful collation with the original tablet was made with the assistance of Dr. Edward Chiera, and as a consequence we are in a position to offer to scholars a correct text. We beg to acknowledge our obligations to Dr. Gordon, the director of the Museum of the University of Pennsylvania, for kindly placing the tablet at our disposal. Instead of republishing the text, I content myself with giving a full list of corrections in the appendix to this volume which will enable scholars to control our readings, and which will, I believe, justify the translation in the numerous passages in which it deviates from Dr. Langdon's rendering. While credit should be given to Dr. Langdon for having made this important tablet accessible, the interests of science demand that attention be called to his failure to grasp the many important data furnished by the tablet, which escaped him because of his erroneous readings and faulty translations. The tablet, consisting of 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse, comprised, according to the colophon, 240 lines and formed the second tablet of the series. Of the total, 204 lines are preserved in full or in part, and of the missing 36 quite a number can be restored, so that we have a fairly complete tablet. The most serious break occurs at the top of the reverse, where about 8 lines are missing. In consequence of this the connection between the end of the obverse, where about 5 lines are missing, and the beginning of the reverse is obscured, though not to the extent of our entirely losing the thread of the narrative. About the same time that the University of Pennsylvania Museum purchased this second tablet of the Gilgamesh series, Yale University obtained a tablet from the same dealer, which turned out to be a continuation of the University of Pennsylvania tablet. That the two belong to the same edition of the epic is shown by their agreement in the dark brown color of the clay, in the writing as well as in the size of the tablet. Though the characters on the Yale tablet are somewhat cramped and in consequence more difficult to read. Both tablets consist of 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse. The measurements of both are about the same, the Pennsylvania tablet being estimated at about 7 inches high, as against 72/16 inches for the Yale tablet, while the width of both is 6.5 inches. The Yale tablet is, however, more closely written and therefore has a larger number of lines than the Pennsylvania tablet. The colophon to the Yale tablet is unfortunately missing, but from internal evidence it is quite certain that the Yale tablet follows immediately upon the Pennsylvania tablet and, therefore, may be set down as the third of the series. The obverse is very badly preserved, so that only a general view of its contents can be secured. The reverse contains serious gaps in the first and second columns. The scribe evidently had a copy before him which he tried to follow exactly, but finding that he could not get all of the copy before him in the 6 columns, he continued the last column on the edge. In this way we obtain for the 6th column 64 lines as against 45 for column 4, and 47 for column V, and a total of 292 lines for the 6 columns. Subtracting the 16 lines written on the edge leaves us 276 lines for our tablet as against 240 for its companion. The width of each column being the same on both tablets, the difference of 36 lines is made up by the closer writing. Both tablets have peculiar knobs at the sides, the purpose of which is evidently not to facilitate holding the tablet in one's hand while writing or reading it, as Langdon assumed, it would be quite impracticable for this purpose, but simply to protect the tablet in its position on a shelf, where it would naturally be placed on the edge, just as we arrange books on a shelf. Finally, be it noted that these 2 tablets of the Old Babylonian version do not belong to the same edition as the Meissner tablet above described, for the latter consists of 2 columns each on obverse and reverse, as against 3 columns each in the case of our 2 tablets. We thus have the interesting proof that as early as 2000 BC there were already several editions of the epic. As to the provenance of our 2 tablets, there are no definite data, but it is likely that they were found by natives in the mounds at Warka, from which about the year 1913, many tablets came into the hands of dealers. It is likely that where 2 tablets of a series were found, others of the series were also dug up, and we may expect to find some further portions of this Old Babylonian version turning up in the hands of other dealers or in museums. Coming to the contents of the 2 tablets, the Pennsylvania tablet deals with the meeting of the 2 heroes, Gilgamesh and Enkidu, their conflict, followed by their reconciliation. While the Yale tablet in continuation takes up the preparations for the encounter of the 2 heroes with the guardian of the cedar forest, Umbaba, but probably pronounced Ubaba, or, as the name appears in the Old Babylonian version, Uawa. The 2 tablets correspond, therefore, to portions of tablets I to V of the Assyrian version. But, as will be shown in detail further on, the number of completely parallel passages is not large, and the Assyrian version shows an independence of the Old Babylonian version that is larger than we had reason to expect. In general, it may be said that the Assyrian version is more elaborate, which points to its having received its present form at a considerably later period than the Old Babylonian version. On the other hand, we already find in the Babylonian version the tendency towards repetition, which is characteristic of Babylonian-Assyrian tales in general. Through the 2 Babylonian tablets we are enabled to fill out certain details of the 2 episodes with which they deal, 1, the meeting of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, and, 2, the encounter with Uawa. While their greatest value consists in the light that they throw on the gradual growth of the epic until it reached its definite form in the text represented by the fragments in Ashurbanipal's library. Let us now take up the detailed analysis, first of the Pennsylvania tablet and then of the Yale tablet. The Pennsylvania tablet begins with 2 dreams recounted by Gilgamesh to his mother, which the latter interprets as presaging the coming of Enkidu to Erech. In the one, something like a heavy meteor falls from heaven upon Gilgamesh and almost crushes him. With the help of the heroes of Erech, Gilgamesh carries the heavy burden to his mother Ninsun. The burden, his mother explains, symbolizes someone who, like Gilgamesh, is born in the mountains, to whom all will pay homage and of whom Gilgamesh will become enamored with a love as strong as that for a woman. In a second dream, Gilgamesh sees someone who is like him, who brandishes an axe, and with whom he falls in love. This personage, the mother explains, is again Enkidu. Langdon is of the opinion that these dreams are recounted to Enkidu by a woman with whom Enkidu cohabits for 6 days and 7 nights and who weans Enkidu from association with animals. This, however, cannot be correct. The scene between Enkidu and the woman must have been recounted in detail in the first tablet, as in the Assyrian version. Whereas here in the second tablet we have the continuation of the tale with Gilgamesh recounting his dreams directly to his mother. The story then continues with the description of the coming of Enkidu, conducted by the woman to the outskirts of Erech, where food is given him. The main feature of the incident is the conversion of Enkidu to civilized life. Enkidu, who hitherto had gone about naked, is clothed by the woman. Instead of sucking milk and drinking from a trough like an animal, food and strong drink are placed before him, and he is taught how to eat and drink in human fashion. In human fashion he also becomes drunk, and his spree is naively described. His heart became glad and his face shone. Like an animal, Enkidu's body had hitherto been covered with hair, which is now shaved off. He is anointed with oil, and clothed like a man. Enkidu becomes a shepherd, protecting the fold against wild beasts, and his exploit in dispatching lions is briefly told. At this point, the end of column 3, on the obverse, i.e. line 117, and the beginning of column 4, on the reverse, i.e. line 131, a gap of 13 lines. The tablet is obscure, but apparently the story of Enkidu's gradual transformation from savagery to civilized life is continued, with stress upon his introduction to domestic ways with the wife chosen or decreed for him, and with work as part of his fate. All this has no connection with Gilgamesh, and it is evident that the tale of Enkidu was originally an independent tale to illustrate the evolution of man's career and destiny. How through intercourse with a woman he awakens to the sense of human dignity, how he becomes accustomed to the ways of civilization, how he passes through the pastoral stage to higher walks of life, how the family is instituted, and how men come to be engaged in the labors associated with human activities. In order to connect this tale with the Gilgamesh story, the two heroes are brought together, the woman taking on herself, in addition to the role of civilizer, that of the medium through which Enkidu is brought to Gilgamesh. The woman leads Enkidu from the outskirts of Erech into the city itself, where the people on seeing him remark upon his likeness to Gilgamesh. He is the very counterpart of the latter, though somewhat smaller in stature. There follows the encounter between the two heroes in the streets of Erech, where they engage in a fierce combat. Gilgamesh is overcome by Enkidu and is enraged at being thrown to the ground. The tablet closes with the endeavor of Enkidu to pacify Gilgamesh. Enkidu declares that the mother of Gilgamesh has exalted her son above the ordinary mortal, and that Enlil himself has singled him out for royal prerogatives. After this, we may assume, the two heroes become friends and together proceed to carry out certain exploits, the first of which is an attack upon the mighty guardian of the cedar forest. This is the main episode in the Yale tablet, which, therefore, forms the third tablet of the Old Babylonian version. In the first column of the obverse of the Yale tablet, which is badly preserved, it would appear that the elders of Erech, or perhaps the people, are endeavoring to dissuade Gilgamesh from making the attempt to penetrate to the abode of Yuwawa. If this is correct, then the close of the first column may represent a conversation between these elders and the woman who accompanies Enkidu. It would be the elders who are represented as reporting the speech to the woman, which is presumably the determination of Gilgamesh to fight Yuwawa. The elders apparently desire Enkidu to accompany Gilgamesh in this perilous adventure, and with this in view appeal to the woman. In the second column, after an obscure reference to the mother of Gilgamesh, perhaps appealing to the sun god, we find Gilgamesh and Enkidu again face to face. From the reference to Enkidu's eyes, filled with tears, we may conclude that he is moved to pity at the thought of what will happen to Gilgamesh if he insists upon carrying out his purpose. Enkidu, also, tries to dissuade Gilgamesh. This appears to be the main purport of the dialogue between the two, which begins about the middle of the second column and extends to the end of the third column. Enkidu pleads that even his strength is insufficient. My arms are lame. My strength has become weak. Lines 88 to 89. Gilgamesh apparently asks for a description of the terrible tyrant who thus arouses the fear of Enkidu, and in reply Enkidu tells him how at one time, when he was roaming about with the cattle, He penetrated into the forest and heard the roar of Yuwawa, which was like that of a deluge. The mouth of the tyrant emitted fire, and his breath was death. It is clear, as Professor Haupt has suggested, that Enkidu furnishes the description of a volcano in eruption, with its mighty roar, spitting forth fire and belching out a suffocating smoke. Gilgamesh is, however, undaunted and urges Enkidu to accompany him in the adventure. "I will go down to the forest," says Gilgamesh, if the conjectural restoration of the line in question, L. 126, is correct. Enkidu replies by again drawing a lurid picture of what will happen when we go, together, to the forest. This speech of Enkidu is continued on the reverse. In reply, Gilgamesh emphasizes his reliance upon the good will of Shamash and reproaches Enkidu with cowardice. He declares himself superior to Enkidu's warning, and in bold terms says that he prefers to perish in the attempt to overcome Yuwawa rather than abandon it. Wherever terror is to be faced, thou, forsooth, art in fear of death. Thy prowess lacks strength. I will go before thee. Though thy mouth shouts to me, thou art afraid to approach. If I fall, I will establish my name. Lines 143 to 148. There follows an interesting description of the forging of the weapons for the two heroes in preparation for the encounter. The elders of Erech, when they see these preparations, are stricken with fear. They learn of Yuwawa's threat to annihilate Gilgamesh if he dares to enter the cedar forest, and once more try to dissuade Gilgamesh from the undertaking. Thou art young, O Gish, and thy heart carries thee away. Thou dost not know what thou proposest to do. Lines 190 to 191. They try to frighten Gilgamesh by repeating the description of the terrible Yuwawa. Gilgamesh is still undaunted and prays to his patron deity Shamash, who apparently accords him a favorable oracle, Turtu. The two heroes arm themselves for the fray, and the elders of Erech, now reconciled to the perilous undertaking, counsel Gilgamesh to take provision along for the undertaking. They urge Gilgamesh to allow Enkidu to take the lead, for he is acquainted with the way, he has trodden the road. 2. The entrance of the forest. Lines 252 to 253. The elders dismiss Gilgamesh with fervent wishes that Enkidu may track out the closed path for Gilgamesh, and commit him to the care of Lugalbanda, here perhaps an epithet of Shamash. They advise Gilgamesh to perform certain rites, to wash his feet in the stream of Yuwawa and to pour out a libation of water to Shamash. Enkidu follows in a speech likewise intended to encourage the hero. And with the actual beginning of the expedition against Yuwawa the tablet ends. The encounter itself, with the triumph of the two heroes, must have been described in the fourth tablet. Now, before taking up the significance of the additions to our knowledge of the epic gained through these two tablets, it will be well to discuss the forms in which the names of the two heroes and of the ruler of the cedar forest occur in our tablets. As in the Meissner fragment, the chief hero is invariably designated as D. Gish in both the Pennsylvania and Yale tablets. And we may therefore conclude that this was the common form in the Hammurabi period, as against the writing D. Gish Gi, N. Mash in the Assyrian version. Similarly, as in the Meissner fragment, the second hero's name is always written Enkidu, abbreviated from Dug, as against Enkidu in the Assyrian version. Finally, we encounter in the Yale tablet for the first time the writing Yuwawa as the name of the guardian of the cedar forest, as against Baba in the Assyrian version, though in the latter case, as we may now conclude from the Yale tablet, the name should rather be read Ubaba. The variation in the writing of the latter name is interesting as pointing to the aspirate pronunciation of the labial in both instances. The name would thus present a complete parallel to the Hebrew name Wawa, or Obab, who appears as the brother-in-law of Moses in the P document, Numbers 10:29. Since the name also occurs, written precisely as in the Yale tablet, among the Amoritic names in the important lists published by Dr. Chiera, there can be no doubt that Yuwawa or Yubaba is a West Semitic name. This important fact adds to the probability that the cedar forest, in which Yuwawa dwells, is none other than the Lebanon district, famed since early antiquity for its cedars. This explanation of the name Yuwawa disposes of suppositions hitherto brought forward for an Elamitic origin. Gressman still favors such an origin, though realizing that the description of the cedar forest points to the Amanus or Lebanon range. In further confirmation of the West Semitic origin of the name, we have in Lucian, de Dea Syria, section 19, the name Kambabos, the guardian of Stratonica, which forms a perfect parallel to Baba. Of the important bearings of this Western character of the name Uwawa on the interpretation and origin of the Gilgamesh Epic. Suggesting that the episode of the encounter between the tyrant and the two heroes rests upon a tradition of an expedition against the West or Amur land, we shall have more to say further on. The variation in the writing of the name Enkidu is likewise interesting. It is evident that the form in the Old Babylonian version with the sign du, i.e., Dug, is the original, for it furnishes us with a suitable etymology. Enki is good. The writing with Dug, pronounced du, also shows that the sign du as the third element in the form which the name has in the Assyrian version is to be read du, and that former readings like Yebani must be definitely abandoned. The form with du is clearly a phonetic writing of the Sumerian name, the sign du being chosen to indicate the pronunciation, not the ideograph, of the third element Dug. This is confirmed by the writing Ngi du in the syllabaris CT 18, 30, 10. The phonetic writing is, therefore, a warning against any endeavor to read the name by an Akkadian transliteration of the signs. This would not of itself prove that Enkidu is of Sumerian origin, for it might well be that the writing Enkidu is an endeavor to give a Sumerian aspect to a name that may have been foreign. The element Dug corresponds to the Semitic bu, good, and Enki being originally a designation of a deity as the Lord of the land, which would be the Sumerian manner of indicating a Semitic Baal. It is not at all impossible that Enki-Dug may be the Sumerianized form of a Semitic Baal is good. It will be recalled that in the third column of the Yale tablet, Enkidu speaks of himself in his earlier period while still living with cattle, as wandering into the cedar forest of Uwawa, while in another passage, LL 252-253, he is described as acquainted with the way to the entrance of the forest. This would clearly point to the west as the original home of Enkidu. We are thus led once more to Amuru, taken as a general designation of the west, as playing an important role in the Gilgamesh Epic. If Gilgamesh's expedition against Uwawa of the Lebanon district recalls a Babylonian campaign against Amuru, Enkidu's coming from his home, where, as we read repeatedly in the Assyrian version, he ate herbs with the gazelles, drank out of a trough with cattle, may rest on a tradition of an Amorite invasion of Babylonia. The fight between Gilgamesh and Enkidu would fit in with this tradition, while the subsequent reconciliation would be the form in which the tradition would represent the enforced union between the invaders and the older settlers. Leaving this aside for the present, let us proceed to a consideration of the relationship of the form D-Gish, for the chief personage in the epic in the Old Babylonian version, to D-Gish G-I-N, Mash in the Assyrian version. Of the meaning of Gish there is fortunately no doubt. It is clearly the equivalent to the Akkadian Zikaru, man, Bruno number 5707, or possibly Rabu, great, Bruno number 5704. Among various equivalents, the preference is to be given to Itlu, hero. The determinative for deity stamps the person so designated as deified, or as in part divine. And this is in accord with the express statement in the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh Epic which describes the hero as 2/3 god and 1/3 human. Gish is, therefore, the hero god par excellence, and this shows that we are not dealing with a genuine proper name, but rather with a descriptive attribute. Proper names are not formed in this way, either in Sumerian or Akkadian. Now what relation does this form Gish bear to? As the name of the hero is invariably written in the Assyrian version, the form which was at first read Dias Tubar or D-Gish Dubar by scholars. Until Pinch is found in a Neo-Babylonian syllabary the equation of it with Gilgamesh. Pinch's discovery pointed conclusively to the popular pronunciation of the hero's name as Gilgamesh. And since Alien, De Natura Animalium 12, 2, mentions a Babylonian personage Gilgamos, though what he tells us of Gilgamos does not appear in our epic, but seems to apply to Edna, another figure of Babylonian mythology. There seemed to be no further reason to question that the problem had been solved. Besides, in a later Syriac list of Babylonian kings found in the Scholia of Theodore Bar Koni, the name with a variant occurs, and it is evident that we have here again the Gilgamesh, discovered by Pinches. The existence of an Old Babylonian hero Gilgamesh who was likewise a king is thus established, as well as his identification with. It is evident that we cannot read this name as Istubar or Gishtubar, but that we must read the first sign as Gish and the third as Mash, while for the second we must assume a reading Jin or Gi. This would give us Gish Gi, N, Mash, which is clearly again, like Enkidu, not an etymological writing but a phonetic one, intended to convey an approach to the popular pronunciation. Gilgamesh might well be merely a variant for Gish Giamesh, or vice versa, and this would come close to Gish Giamash. Now, when we have a name the pronunciation of which is not definite but approximate, and which is written in various ways, the probabilities are that the name is foreign. A foreign name might naturally be spelled in various ways. The epic in the Assyrian version clearly depicts Gish Gi, N, Mash as a conqueror of Erech, who forces the people into subjection, and whose autocratic rule leads the people of Erech to implore the goddess Aruru to create a rival to him who may withstand him. In response to this appeal, Enkidu is formed out of dust by Aruru and eventually brought to Erech. Gish Gi, N, Mash or Gilgamesh is therefore in all probability a foreigner. And the simplest solution suggested by the existence of the two forms, 1, Gish in the Old Babylonian version and, 2, Gish Gi, N, Mash in the Assyrian version, is to regard the former as an abbreviation, which seemed appropriate, because the short name conveyed the idea of the hero par excellence. If Gish Gi, N, Mash is a foreign name, one would think in the first instance of Sumerian. But here we encounter a difficulty in the circumstance that outside of the epic this conqueror and ruler of Erech appears in quite a different form, namely, as Gish Bil Giamesh, with Gish Jibal, or Bil, Giamesh and Gish Bil Giamesh as variants. In the remarkable list of partly mythological and partly historical dynasties, published by Pobel, the fifth member of the first dynasty of Erech appears as Gish Bil Giamesh. And similarly in an inscription of the days of Sin-Gamel, Gish Bil Giamesh is mentioned as the builder of the wall of Erech. Moreover, in the several fragments of the Sumerian version of the epic we have invariably the form Gish Bil Giamesh. It is evident, therefore, that this is the genuine form of the name in Sumerian and presumably, therefore, the oldest form. By way of further confirmation we have in the syllabary above referred to, CT, 18, 30, 6-8, 3 designations of our hero. Viz. Gish Jibal, or Bil, Giamesh. Mutablu, warrior. Alik Pana, leader. All 3 designations are set down as the equivalent of the Sumerian Asiga Iman I. E, the sevenfold hero. Of the same general character is the equation in another syllabary. Isigatuk and its equivalent Gishtuk equals, the one who is a hero. Furthermore, the name occurs frequently in temple documents of the Ur dynasty in the form Gish Bil Giamesh with Gish Bil N, Mesh as a variant. In a list of deities, CTXXV, 28, K7659, we likewise encounter Gish Jibal, or Bil, Giamesh, and lastly in a syllabary we have the equation. Gish Gemas Si equals Gish Bil Giamesh. The variant Gish Jibal for Gish Bil may be disposed of readily, in view of the frequent confusion or interchange of the two signs Bil, Bruno number 4566, and Jibal or Bil, Bruno no. 4642, which has also the value Gi, Bruno 4641, so that we might also read Gish Giamesh. Both signs convey the idea of fire, renew, etc. Both revert to the picture of flames of fire, in the one case with a bowl, or some such object, above it, in the other the flames issuing apparently from a torch. The meaning of the name is not affected whether we read Gish Bil Giamesh or Gish Jibal, or Bil, Giamesh, for the middle element in the latter case being identical with the fire god. Written Bil and to be pronounced in the inverted form as Jibal with Ga, or Ge, as the phonetic complement. It is equivalent, therefore, to the writing Bil Ga in the former case. Now Gish Jibal or Gish Bil conveys the idea of Abu, father, Bruno number 5713, just as Bil, Bruno no. 4579, has this meaning, while Pa-Jibal-Ga, or Pa-Bil-Ga is Abu Abi, grandfather. This meaning may be derived from Jibal, as also from Bil equals Isatu, fire, then Esu, new, then Abu, father, as the renewer or creator. Gish with Bil or Jibal would, therefore, be the father-man or the father-hero, i.e., again the hero par excellence, the original hero, just as in Hebrew and Arabic Ab is used in this way. The syllable Ga being a phonetic complement, the element mesh is to be taken by itself and to be explained, as Pobel suggested, as hero, itlu. Bruno number 5967. We would thus obtain an entirely artificial combination, man, or hero, father, hero, which would simply convey in an emphatic manner the idea of the you are held, the original hero, the father of heroes as it were, practically the same idea, therefore, as the one conveyed by Gish alone, as the hero par excellence. Our investigation thus leads us to a substantial identity between Gish and the longer form Gish-Bil, or Bil, Gilgamesh, and the former might, therefore, well be used as an abbreviation of the latter. Both the shorter and the longer forms are descriptive epithets based on naive folk etymology, rather than personal names, just as in the designation of our hero as Mutablu, the fighter, or as Alakpanna, the leader, or as Isiga Iman. The sevenfold hero, or Isiga Tuk, the one who is a hero, are descriptive epithets, and as Atrahasis, the very wise one, is such an epithet for the hero of the deluge story. The case is different with Gal Gilgamesh, or Gish Gi, and Mash, which represent the popular and actual pronunciation of the name, or at least the approach to such pronunciation. Such forms, stripped as they are of all artificiality, impress one as genuine names. The conclusion to which we are thus led is that Gish-Bil, or Bil, Gilgamesh is a play upon the genuine name, to convey to those to whom the real name, as that of a foreigner, would suggest no meaning and interpretation fitting in with his character. In other words, Gish-Bil Gilgamesh is a Sumerianized form of the name, introduced into the Sumerian version of the tale which became a folk possession in the Euphrates Valley. Such plays upon names to suggest the character of an individual or some incident are familiar to us from the narratives in Genesis. They do not constitute genuine etymologies and are rarely of use in leading to a correct etymology. Reuben, e.g., certainly does not mean Yahweh has seen my affliction, which the mother is supposed to have exclaimed at the birth, Genesis 29:32, with a play upon Ben and Biani, any more than Judah means, I praise Yahweh, v. 35, though it does contain the divine name, Yeho, as an element. The play on the name may be close or remote, as long as it fulfills its function of suggesting an etymology that is complementary or appropriate. In this way, an artificial division and at the same time a distortion of a foreign name like Gilgamesh into several elements, Gish-Bil Gilgamesh, is no more violent than, for example, the explanation of Issachar or rather Issachar as, God has given my hire, Genesis 30:18, with a play upon the element Seker, and as though the name were to be divided into Yah, God, and Seker, hire. Or the popular name of Alexander among the Arabs as Zu-el-Karnaini, the possessor of the two horns, with a suggestion of his conquest of two hemispheres, or what not. The element Gil in Gilgamesh would be regarded as a contraction of Gish-Bil or Gi-Bil, in order to furnish the meaning father-hero, or Gil might be looked upon as a variant for Gish, which would give us the phonetic form in the Assyrian version D-Gish-Gimash, as well as such a variant writing D-Gish-Gimas-Si. Now a name like Gilgamesh, upon which we may definitely settle as coming closest to the genuine form, certainly impresses one as foreign, i.e., it is neither Sumerian nor Akkadian. And we have already suggested that the circumstance that the hero of the epic is portrayed as a conqueror of Erech, and a rather ruthless one at that, points to a tradition of an invasion of the Euphrates Valley as the background for the episode in the first tablet of the series. Now it is significant that many of the names in the mythical dynasties, as they appear in Pobel's list, are likewise foreign, such as Meski-Ngsr, son of the god Shamash, and the founder of the mythical dynasty of Erech, of which D-Gish-Bil Gilgamesh is the fifth member, and Enmearkar his son. In a still earlier mythical dynasty, we encounter names like Gielu-Muam, Zugiagib, Arpai, Etana, which are distinctly foreign. While such names as Enmi, En, Nunna and Barsal-Nunna strike one again as Sumerianized names rather than as genuine Sumerian formations. Some of these names, as Galumum, Arpi and Etna, are so Amoritic in appearance, that one may hazard the conjecture of their western origin. May Gilgamesh likewise belong to the Amur region, or does he represent a foreigner from the east in contrast to Enkidu, whose name, we have seen, may have been Balbi in the west, with which region he is according to the epic so familiar? It must be confessed that the second element Gilgamesh would fit in well with a Semitic origin for the name, for the element impresses one as the participial form of a Semitic stem GMS. Just as in the second element of Meskengazer we have such a form. Gil might then be the name of a West Semitic deity. Such conjectures, however, can for the present not be substantiated, and we must content ourselves with the conclusion that Gilgamesh is the real name of the hero, or at least the form which comes closest to the real name. Points to a foreign origin for the hero. And that such forms as Di-Gish-Bil-Gilgamesh and Di-Gish-Bil-Gilgamesh and other variants are Sumerianized forms for which an artificial etymology was brought forward to convey the idea of the original hero, or the hero par excellence. By means of this play on the name, which reverts to the compilers of the Sumerian version of the epic, Gilgamesh was converted into a Sumerian figure, just as the name Enkidu may have been introduced as a Sumerian translation of his Amoritic name. Di-Gish at all events is an abbreviated form of the Sumerianized name, introduced by the compilers of the earliest Akkadian version, which was produced naturally under the influence of the Sumerian version. Later, as the epic continued to grow, a phonetic writing was introduced, Di-Gish-Jamash, which is in a measure a compromise between the genuine name and the Sumerianized form, but at the same time an approach to the real pronunciation. Next to the new light thrown upon the names and original character of the two main figures of the epic, one of the chief points of interest in the Pennsylvania fragment is the proof that it furnishes for a striking resemblance of the two heroes, Gish and Enkidu, to one another. In interpreting the dream of Gish, his mother, Nin-Sun lays stress upon the fact that the dream portends the coming of someone who is like Gish, born in the field and reared in the mountain, lines 18 to 19. Both, therefore, are shown by this description to have come to Babylonia from a mountainous region, i.e., they are foreigners. And in the case of Enkidu we have seen that the mountain in all probability refers to a region in the west, while the same may also be the case with Gish. The resemblance of the two heroes to one another extends to their personal appearance. When Enkidu appears on the streets of Erech, the people are struck by this resemblance. They remark that he is like Gish, though shorter in stature, lines 179 to 180. Enkidu is described as a rival or counterpart. This relationship between the two is suggested also by the Assyrian version. In the creation of Enkidu by Aruru, the people urged the goddess to create the counterpart, Zikru, of Gilgamesh, someone who will be like him, Maasael, Tablet I, 2, 31. Enkidu not only comes from the mountain, but the mountain is specifically designated as his birthplace. For 2, precisely as in the Pennsylvania tablet, while in another passage he is also described, as in our tablet, as born in the field. Still more significant is the designation of Gilgamesh as the Talamu, younger brother, of Enkidu. In accord with this, we find Gilgamesh in his lament over Enkidu describing him as a younger brother, Kuta-and-I. And again in the last tablet of the epic, Gilgamesh is referred to as the brother of Enkidu. This close relationship reverts to the Sumerian version, for the Constantinople fragment, Langdon, above, begins with the designation of Gish-Bil-Gilgamesh as his brother. By his, no doubt Enkidu is meant. Likewise in the Sumerian text published by Zimmern, above, Gilgamesh appears as the brother of Enkidu, Rev 1, 17. Turning to the numerous representations of Gilgamesh and Enkidu on seal cylinders, we find this resemblance of the two heroes to each other strikingly confirmed. Both are represented as bearded, with the strands arranged in the same fashion. The face in both cases is broad, with curls protruding at the side of the head, though at times these curls are lacking in the case of Enkidu. What is particularly striking is to find Gilgamesh generally a little taller than Enkidu, thus bearing out the statement in the Pennsylvania tablet that Enkidu is shorter in stature. There are, to be sure, also some distinguishing marks between the two. Thus Enkidu is generally represented with animal hoofs, but not always. Enkidu is commonly portrayed with the horns of a bison, but again this sign is wanting in quite a number of instances. The hoofs and the horns mark the period when Enkidu lived with animals and much like an animal. Most remarkable, however, of all are cylinders on which we find the two heroes almost exactly alike as, for example, Ward No. 199 where two figures, the one a duplicate of the other, except that one is just a shade taller, are in conflict with each other. Dar. Ward was puzzled by this representation and sets it down as a fantastic scene in which each Gilgamesh is stabbing the other. In the light of the Pennsylvania tablet, this scene is clearly the conflict between the two heroes described in column 6, preliminary to their forming a friendship. Even in the realm of myth, the human experience holds good that there is nothing like a good fight as a basis for a subsequent alliance. The fragment describes this conflict as a furious one in which Gilgamesh is worsted, and his wounded pride assuaged by the generous victor, who comforts his vanquished enemy by the assurance that he was destined for something higher than to be a mere Hercules. He was singled out for the exercise of royal authority. True to the description of the two heroes in the Pennsylvania tablet as alike, one the counterpart of the other, the seal cylinder portrays them almost exactly alike as two brothers could possibly be, with just enough distinction to make it clear on close inspection that two figures are intended and not one repeated for the sake of symmetry. There are slight variations in the manner in which the hair is worn, and slightly varying expressions of the face, just enough to make it evident that the one is intended for Gilgamesh and the other for Enkidu. When, therefore, in another specimen, number 173, we find a Gilgamesh holding his counterpart by the legs, it is merely another aspect of the fight between the two heroes, one of whom is intended to represent Enkidu, and not, as Dr. Ward supposed, a grotesque repetition of Gilgamesh. The description of Enkidu in the Pennsylvania tablet as a parallel figure to Gilgamesh leads us to a consideration of the relationship of the two figures to one another. Many years ago it was pointed out that the Gilgamesh Epic was a composite tale in which various stories of an independent origin had been combined and brought into more or less artificial connection with the heroes eponymos of southern Babylonia. We may now go a step further and point out that not only is Enkidu originally an entirely independent figure, having no connection with Gish or Gilgamesh, but that the latter is really depicted in the epic as the counterpart of Enkidu, a reflection who has been given the traits of extraordinary physical power that belong to Enkidu. This is shown in the first place by the fact that in the encounter it is Enkidu who triumphs over Gilgamesh. The entire analysis of the episode of the meeting between the two heroes as given by Gressman must be revised. It is not Enkidu who is terrified and who is warned against the encounter. It is Gilgamesh who, during the night on his way from the house in which the goddess Ishara lies, encounters Enkidu on the highway. Enkidu blocks the path of Gilgamesh. He prevents Gilgamesh from re-entering the house, and the two attack each other like oxen. They grapple with each other, and Enkidu forces Gilgamesh to the ground. Enkidu is, therefore, the real hero whose traits of physical prowess are afterwards transferred to Gilgamesh. Similarly, in the next episode, the struggle against Uwawa, the Yale tablet makes it clear that in the original form of the tale Enkidu is the real hero. All warn Gish against the undertaking, the elders of Erech, Enkidu, and also the workmen. Why dost thou desire to do this? They say to him. Thou art young, and thy heart carries thee away. Thou knowest not what thou proposest to do. This part of the incident is now better known to us through the latest fragment of the Assyrian version discovered and published by King. The elders say to Gilgamesh, do not trust, O Gilgamesh, in thy strength. Be warned against trusting to thy attack. The one who goes before will save his companion. He who has foresight will save his friend. Let Enkidu go before thee. He knows the roads to the cedar forest. He is skilled in battle and has seen fight. Gilgamesh is sufficiently impressed by this warning to invite Enkidu to accompany him on a visit to his mother, Nin-sun, for the purpose of receiving her counsel. It is only after Enkidu, who himself hesitates and tries to dissuade Gish, decides to accompany the latter that the elders of Erech are reconciled and encourage Gish for the fray. The two in concert proceed against Uwawa. Gilgamesh alone cannot carry out the plan. Now when a tale thus associates two figures in one deed, one of the two has been added to the original tale. In the present case there can be little doubt that Enkidu, without whom Gish cannot proceed, who is specifically described as acquainted with the way to the entrance of the forest, in which Yuwawa dwells, is the original vanquisher. Naturally, the epic aims to conceal this fact as much as possible ad majorem gloriam of Gilgamesh. It tries to put the one who became the favorite hero into the foreground. Therefore, in both the Babylonian and the Assyrian version Enkidu is represented as hesitating, and Gilgamesh as determined to go ahead. Gilgamesh, in fact, accuses Enkidu of cowardice and boldly declares that he will proceed even though failure stare him in the face. Traces of the older view, however, in which Gilgamesh is the one for whom one fears the outcome, crop out. As, for example, in the complaint of Gilgamesh's mother to Shamash that the latter has stirred the heart of her son to take the distant way to Baba. To a fight unknown to him, he advances. An expedition unknown to him he undertakes. Ninsun evidently fears the consequences when her son informs her of his intention and asks her counsel. The answer of Shamash is not preserved, but no doubt it was of a reassuring character, as was the answer of the sun god to Gish's appeal and prayer as set forth in the Yale tablet. Again, as a further indication that Enkidu is the real conqueror of Yuwawa, we find the coming contest revealed to Enkidu no less than 3 times in dreams, which Gilgamesh interprets. Since the person who dreams is always the one to whom the dream applies, we may see in these dreams a further trace of the primary role originally assigned to Enkidu. Another exploit which, according to the Assyrian version, the two heroes perform in concert is the killing of a bull, sent by Anu at the instance of Ishtar to avenge an insult offered to the goddess by Gilgamesh, who rejects her offer of marriage. In the fragmentary description of the contest with the bull, we find Enkidu seizing the monster by its tail. That Enkidu originally played the part of the slayer is also shown by the statement that it is he who insults Ishtar by throwing a piece of the carcass into the goddess' face, adding also an insulting speech. And this despite the fact that Ishtar in her rage accuses Gilgamesh of killing the bull. It is thus evident that the epic alters the original character of the episodes in order to find a place for Gilgamesh, with the further desire to assign to the latter the chief role. Be it noted also that Enkidu, not Gilgamesh, is punished for the insult to Ishtar. Enkidu must therefore in the original form of the episode have been the guilty party, who is stricken with mortal disease as a punishment to which after 12 days he succumbs. In view of this, we may supply the name of Enkidu in the little song introduced at the close of the encounter with the bull, and not Gilgamesh as has hitherto been done. Who is distinguished among the heroes? Who is glorious among men? Enkidu is distinguished among heroes. Enkidu is glorious among men. Finally, the killing of lions is directly ascribed to Enkidu in the Pennsylvania tablet. Lions he attacked. Lions he overcame. Whereas Gilgamesh appears to be afraid of lions. On his long search for Utnapishtim he says, on reaching the entrance of the mountain at night, I saw lions and was afraid. He prays to Sin and Ishtar to protect and save him. When, therefore, in another passage someone celebrates Gilgamesh as the one who overcame the guardian, who dispatched Baba in the cedar forest, who killed lions and overthrew the bull, we have the completion of the process which transferred to Gilgamesh exploits and powers which originally belonged to Enkidu, though ordinarily the process stops short at making Gilgamesh a sharer in the exploits. With the natural tendency, to be sure, to enlarge the share of the favorite. We can now understand why the two heroes are described in the Pennsylvania tablet as alike, as born in the same place, as brothers. Gilgamesh in the epic is merely a reflex of Enkidu. The latter is the real hero and presumably, therefore, the older figure. Gilgamesh resembles Enkidu, because he is originally Enkidu. The resemblance motif is merely the manner in which in the course of the partly popular, partly literary transfer, the recollection is preserved that Enkidu is the original, and Gilgamesh the copy. The artificiality of the process which brings the two heroes together is apparent in the dreams of Gilgamesh which are interpreted by his mother as portending the coming of Enkidu. Not the conflict is foreseen, but the subsequent close association, naively described as due to the personal charm which Enkidu exercises, which will lead Gilgamesh to fall in love with the one whom he is to meet. The two will become one, like man and wife. On the basis of our investigations, we are now in a position to reconstruct in part the cycle of episodes that once formed part of an Enkidu epic. The fight between Enkidu and Gilgamesh, in which the former is the victor, is typical of the kind of tales told of Enkidu. He is the real prototype of the Greek Hercules. He slays lions, he overcomes a powerful opponent dwelling in the forests of Lebanon, he kills the bull, and he finally succumbs to disease sent as a punishment by an angry goddess. The death of Enkidu naturally formed the close of the Enkidu epic, which in its original form may, of course, have included other exploits besides those taken over into the Gilgamesh epic. There is another aspect of the figure of Enkidu which is brought forward in the Pennsylvania tablet more clearly than had hitherto been the case. Many years ago attention was called to certain striking resemblances between Enkidu and the figure of the first man as described in the early chapters of Genesis. At that time we had merely the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh epic at our disposal, and the main point of contact was the description of Enkidu living with the animals, drinking and feeding like an animal, until a woman is brought to him with whom he engages in sexual intercourse. This suggested that Enkidu was a picture of primeval man, while the woman reminded one of Eve, who when she is brought to Adam becomes his helpmate and inseparable companion. The biblical tale stands, of course, on a much higher level, and is introduced, as are other traditions and tales of primitive times, in the style of a parable to convey certain religious teachings. For all that, suggestions of earlier conceptions crop out in the picture of Adam surrounded by animals to which he assigns names. Such a phrase as, "there was no helpmate corresponding to him," becomes intelligible on the supposition of an existing tradition or belief, that man once lived and, indeed, cohabited with animals. The tales in the early chapters of Genesis must rest on very early popular traditions, which have been cleared of mythological and other objectionable features in order to adapt them to the purpose of the Hebrew compilers. To serve as a medium for illustrating certain religious teachings regarding man's place in nature and his higher destiny. From the resemblance between Enkidu and Adam it does not, of course, follow that the latter is modeled upon the former, but only that both rest on similar traditions of the condition under which men lived in primeval days prior to the beginnings of human culture. We may now pass beyond these general indications and recognize in the story of Enkidu as revealed by the Pennsylvania tablet an attempt to trace the evolution of primitive man from low beginnings to the regular and orderly family life associated with advanced culture. The new tablet furnishes a further illustration for the surprisingly early tendency among the Babylonian literati to connect with popular tales teachings of a religious or ethical character. Just as the episode between Gilgamesh and the maiden Sabbatum is made the occasion for introducing reflections on the inevitable fate of man to encounter death, so the meeting of Enkidu with the woman becomes the medium of impressing the lesson of human progress through the substitution of bread and wine for milk and water, through the institution of the family, and through work and the laying up of resources. This is the significance of the address to Enkidu in column 4 of the Pennsylvania tablet, even though certain expressions in it are somewhat obscure. The connection of the entire episode of Enkidu and the woman with Gilgamesh is very artificial, and it becomes much more intelligible if we disassociate it from its present entanglement in the epic. In Gilgamesh's dream, portending the meeting with Enkidu, nothing is said of the woman who is the companion of the latter. The passage in which Enkidu is created by Aruru to oppose Gilgamesh betrays evidence of having been worked over in order to bring Enkidu into association with the longing of the people of Erech to get rid of a tyrannical character. The people in their distress appeal to Aruru to create a rival to Gilgamesh. In response, Aruru upon hearing this created a man of Anu in her heart. Now this man of Anu cannot possibly be Enkidu, for the sufficient reason that a few lines further on Enkidu is described as an offspring of Ninib. Moreover, the being created is not a counterpart of Gilgamesh, but an animal man, as the description that follows shows. We must separate lines 30 to 33 in which the creation of the Anu man is described from lines 34 to 41 in which the creation of Enkidu is narrated. Indeed, these lines strike one as the proper beginning of the original Enkidu story, which would naturally start out with his birth and end with his death. The description is clearly an account of the creation of the first man, in which capacity Enkidu is brought forward. Aruru washed her hands, broke off clay, threw it on the field, created Enkidu, the hero, a lofty offspring of the host of Ninib. The description of Enkidu follows, with his body covered with hair like an animal, and eating and drinking with the animals. There follows an episode which has no connection whatsoever with the Gilgamesh Epic, but which is clearly intended to illustrate how Enkidu came to abandon the life with the animals. A hunter sees Enkidu and is amazed at the strange sight, an animal and yet a man. Enkidu, as though resenting his condition, becomes enraged at the sight of the hunter, and the latter goes to his father and tells him of the strange creature whom he is unable to catch. In reply, the father advises his son to take a woman with him when next he goes out on his pursuit, and to have the woman remove her dress in the presence of Enkidu, who will then approach her, and after intercourse with her will abandon the animals among whom he lives. By this device he will catch the strange creature. Lines 14 to 18 of column 3 in the first tablet, in which the father of the hunter refers to Gilgamesh, must be regarded as a later insertion, a part of the reconstruction of the tale to connect the episode with Gilgamesh. The advice of the father to his son, the hunter, begins, line 19. Go, my hunter, take with thee a woman. In the reconstructed tale, the father tells his son to go to Gilgamesh to relate to him the strange appearance of the animal man. But there is clearly no purpose in this, as is shown by the fact that when the hunter does so, Gilgamesh makes precisely the same speech as does the father of the hunter. Lines 40 to 44 of column 3, in which Gilgamesh is represented as speaking to the hunter, form a complete doublet to lines 19 to 24, beginning, Go, my hunter, take with thee a woman, etc. And similarly the description of Enkidu appears twice, lines 2 to 12 in an address of the hunter to his father, and lines 29 to 39 in the address of the hunter to Gilgamesh. The artificiality of the process of introducing Gilgamesh into the episode is revealed by this awkward and entirely meaningless repetition. We may therefore reconstruct the first two scenes in the Enkidu epic as follows. Tablet I, Call. 2, 34 to 35, Creation of Enkidu by Aruru. 36 to 41, Description of Enkidu's hairy body and of his life with the animals. 42 to 50, The hunter sees Enkidu, who shows his anger, as also his woe, at his condition. 3, 1 to 12, The hunter tells his father of the strange being who pulls up the traps which the hunter digs, and who tears the nets so that the hunter is unable to catch him or the animals. 19 to 24, The father of the hunter advises his son on his next expedition to take a woman with him in order to lure the strange being from his life with the animals. Line 25, beginning on the advice of his father, must have set forth, in the original form of the episode, how the hunter procured the woman and took her with him to meet Enkidu. Column 4 gives in detail the meeting between the two, and naively describes how the woman exposes her charms to Enkidu, who is captivated by her and stays with her 6 days and 7 nights. The animals see the change in Enkidu and run away from him. He has been transformed through the woman. So far the episode. In the Assyrian version there follows an address of the woman to Enkidu beginning, Call. 4, 34. Beautiful art thou, Enkidu, like a god art thou. We find her urging him to go with her to Erech, there to meet Gilgamesh and to enjoy the pleasures of city life with plenty of beautiful maidens. Gilgamesh, she adds, will expect Enkidu, for the coming of the latter to Erech has been foretold in a dream. It is evident that here we have again the later transformation of the Enkidu epic in order to bring the two heroes together. Will it be considered too bold if we assume that in the original form the address of the woman and the construction of the episode were such as we find preserved in part in columns 2 to 4 of the Pennsylvania tablet? Which forms part of the new material that can now be added to the epic? The address of the woman begins in line 51 of the Pennsylvania tablet. I gaze upon thee, Enkidu, like a god art thou. This corresponds to the line in the Assyrian version, 4, 34, as given above, just as lines 52 to 53. Why with the cattle? Dost thou roam across the field? Correspond to I, 4, 35, of the Assyrian version. There follows in both the Old Babylonian and the Assyrian version the appeal of the woman to Enkidu, to allow her to lead him to Erech where Gilgamesh dwells, Pennsylvania tablet lines 54 to 61 equals Assyrian version I, 4, 36 to 39. But in the Pennsylvania tablet we now have a second speech, lines 62 to 63, beginning like the first one with Al-Ka, come. Come, arise from the accursed ground. Enkidu consents, and now the woman takes off her garments and clothes the naked Enkidu, while putting another garment on herself. She takes hold of his hand and leads him to the sheepfolds, not to Erech, where bread and wine are placed before him. Accustomed hitherto to sucking milk with cattle, Enkidu does not know what to do with the strange food until encouraged and instructed by the woman. The entire third column is taken up with this introduction of Enkidu to civilized life in a pastoral community, and the scene ends with Enkidu becoming a guardian of flocks. Now all this has nothing to do with Gilgamesh, and clearly sets forth an entirely different idea from the one embodied in the meeting of the two heroes. In the original Enkidu tale, the animal man is looked upon as the type of a primitive savage, and the point of the tale is to illustrate in the naive manner characteristic of folklore the evolution to the higher form of pastoral life. This aspect of the incident is, therefore, to be separated from the other phase which has as its chief motif the bringing of the two heroes together. We now obtain, thanks to the new section revealed by the Pennsylvania tablet, a further analogy with the story of Adam and Eve, but with this striking difference. That whereas in the Babylonian tale the woman is the medium leading man to the higher life, in the biblical story the woman is the tempter who brings misfortune to man. This contrast is, however, not inherent in the biblical story, but due to the point of view of the biblical writer, who is somewhat pessimistically inclined and looks upon primitive life, when man went naked and lived in a garden, eating of fruits that grew of themselves, as the blessed life in contrast to advanced culture which leads to agriculture and necessitates hard work as the means of securing one's substance. Hence the woman through whom Adam eats of the tree of knowledge and becomes conscious of being naked is looked upon as an evil tempter, entailing the loss of the primeval life of bliss in a gorgeous paradise. The Babylonian point of view is optimistic. The change to civilized life, involving the wearing of clothes and the eating of food that is cultivated, bread and wine, is looked upon as an advance. Hence the woman is viewed as the medium of raising man to a higher level. The feature common to the biblical and Babylonian tales is the attachment of a lesson to early folk tales. The story of Adam and Eve, as the story of Enkidu and the woman, is told with a purpose. Starting with early traditions of men's primitive life on earth, that may have arisen independently, Hebrew and Babylonian writers diverged, each group going its own way, each reflecting the particular point of view from which the evolution of human society was viewed. Leaving the analogy between the biblical and Babylonian tales aside, the main point of value for us in the Babylonian story of Enkidu and the woman is the proof furnished by the analysis, made possible through the Pennsylvania tablet, that the tale can be separated from its subsequent connection with Gilgamesh. We can continue this process of separation in the fourth column, where the woman instructs Enkidu in the further duty of living his life with the woman decreed for him, to raise a family, to engage in work, to build cities and to gather resources. All this is looked upon in the same optimistic spirit as marking progress, whereas the biblical writer, consistent with his point of view, looks upon work as a curse, and makes Cain, the murderer, also the founder of cities. The step to the higher forms of life is not an advance according to the J document. It is interesting to note that even the phrase the cursed ground occurs in both the Babylonian and biblical tales, but whereas in the latter, Gen. 3:17, it is because of the hard work entailed in raising the products of the earth that the ground is cursed, in the former, lines 62 to 63, it is the place in which Enkidu lives before he advances to the dignity of human life that is cursed, and which he is asked to leave. Adam is expelled from paradise as a punishment, whereas Enkidu is implored to leave it as a necessary step towards progress to a higher form of existence. The contrast between the Babylonian and the biblical writer extends to the view taken of viniculture. The biblical writer, again the J document, looks upon Noah's drunkenness as a disgrace. Noah loses his sense of shame and uncovers himself, Genesis 9:21, whereas in the Babylonian description Enkidu's jolly spirit after he has drunk 7 jars of wine meets with approval. The biblical point of view is that he who drinks wine becomes drunk. The Babylonian says, if you drink wine you become happy. If the thesis here set forth of the original character and import of the episode of Enkidu with the woman is correct, we may again regard lines 149 to 153 of the Pennsylvania tablet, in which Gilgamesh is introduced, as a later addition to bring the two heroes into association. The episode in its original form ended with the introduction of Enkidu first to pastoral life, and then to the still higher city life with regulated forms of social existence. Now, to be sure, this Enkidu has little in common with the Enkidu who is described as a powerful warrior, a Hercules, who kills lions, overcomes the giant Uwawa, and dispatches a great bull. But it is the nature of folklore everywhere to attach to traditions about a favorite hero all kinds of tales with which originally he had nothing to do. Enkidu, as such a favorite, is viewed also as the type of primitive man, and so there arose gradually an epic which began with his birth, pictured him as half animal half man, told how he emerged from this state, how he became civilized, was clothed, learned to eat food and drink wine, how he shaved off the hair with which his body was covered, anointed himself, in short, he became manlike. Thereupon he is taught his duties as a husband, is introduced to the work of building, and to laying aside supplies, and the like. The fully developed and full-fledged hero then engages in various exploits, of which some are now embodied in the Gilgamesh Epic. Who this Enkidu was, we are not in a position to determine, but the suggestion has been thrown out above that he is a personage foreign to Babylonia, that his home appears to be in the undefined Amurru district, and that he conquers that district. The original tale of Enkidu, if this view be correct, must therefore have been carried to the Euphrates Valley, at a very remote period, with one of the migratory waves that brought a Western people as invaders into Babylonia. Here the tale was combined with stories current of another hero, Gilgamesh, perhaps also of Western origin, whose conquest of Erech likewise represents an invasion of Babylonia. The center of the Gilgamesh tale was Erech, and in the process of combining the stories of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, Enkidu is brought to Erech and the two perform exploits in common. In such a combination, the aim would be to utilize all the incidents of both tales. The woman who accompanies Enkidu, therefore, becomes the medium of bringing the two heroes together. The story of the evolution of primitive man to civilized life is transformed into the tale of Enkidu's removal to Erech, and elaborated with all kinds of details, among which we have, as perhaps embodying a genuine historical tradition, the encounter of the two heroes. Before passing on, we have merely to note the very large part taken in both the Old Babylonian and the Assyrian version by the struggle against Uwawa. The entire Yale tablet, forming, as we have seen, the third of the series, is taken up with the preparation for the struggle, and with the repeated warnings given to Gilgamesh against the dangerous undertaking. The fourth tablet must have recounted the struggle itself, and it is not improbable that this episode extended into the fifth tablet, since in the Assyrian version this is the case. The elaboration of the story is in itself an argument in favor of assuming some historical background for it, the recollection of the conquest of Amurru by some powerful warrior. And we have seen that this conquest must be ascribed to Enkidu and not to Gilgamesh. If, now, Enkidu is not only the older figure but the one who is the real hero of the most notable episode in the Gilgamesh Epic. If, furthermore, Enkidu is the Hercules who kills lions and dispatches the bulls sent by an enraged goddess, what becomes of Gilgamesh? What is left for him? In the first place, he is definitely the conqueror of Erech. He builds the wall of Erech, and we may assume that the designation of the city as Uruk Supuri, the walled Erech, rests upon this tradition. He is also associated with the great temple Iana, the heavenly house, in Erech. To Gilgamesh belongs also the unenviable tradition of having exercised his rule in Erech so harshly that the people are impelled to implore Aruru to create a rival who may rid the district of the cruel tyrant, who is described as snatching sons and daughters from their families, and in other ways terrifying the population, an early example of Schrecklichkeit. Tablets 2 to V inclusive of the Assyrian version being taken up with the Uwawa episode, modified with a view of bringing the two heroes together, we come at once to the sixth tablet, which tells the story of how the goddess Ishtar wooed Gilgamesh, and of the latter's rejection of her advances. This tale is distinctly a nature myth. The attempt of Gressman to find some historical background to the episode is a failure. The goddess Ishtar symbolizes the earth which woos the sun in the spring, but whose love is fatal, for after a few months the sun's power begins to wane. Gilgamesh, who in incantation hymns is invoked in terms which show that he was conceived as a sun god, recalls to the goddess how she changed her lovers into animals, like Circe of Greek mythology, and brought them to grief. Enraged at Gilgamesh's insult to her vanity, she flies to her father Anu and cries for revenge. At this point the episode of the creation of the bull is introduced, but if the analysis above given is correct, it is Enkidu who is the hero in dispatching the bull. And we must assume that the sickness with which Gilgamesh is smitten is the punishment sent by Anu to avenge the insult to his daughter. This sickness symbolizes the waning strength of the sun after midsummer is past. The sun recedes from the earth, and this was pictured in the myth as the sun god's rejection of Ishtar. Gilgamesh's fear of death marks the approach of the winter season, when the sun appears to have lost its vigor completely and is near to death. The entire episode is, therefore, a nature myth, symbolical of the passing of spring to midsummer and then to the bare season. The myth has been attached to Gilgamesh as a favorite figure, and then woven into a pattern with the episode of Enkidu and the bull. The bull episode can be detached from the nature myth without any loss to the symbolism of the tale of Ishtar and Gilgamesh. As already suggested, with Enkidu's death after this conquest of the bull, the original Enkidu epic came to an end. In order to connect Gilgamesh with Enkidu, the former is represented as sharing in the struggle against the bull. Enkidu is punished with death, while Gilgamesh is smitten with disease. Since both shared equally in the guilt, the punishment should have been the same for both. The differentiation may be taken as an indication that Gilgamesh's disease has nothing to do with the bull episode, but is merely part of the nature myth. Gilgamesh now begins a series of wanderings in search of the restoration of his vigor. And this motif is evidently a continuation of the nature myth to symbolize the sun's wanderings during the dark winter in the hope of renewed vigor with the coming of the spring. Professor Hopp's view is that the disease from which Gilgamesh is supposed to be suffering is of a venereal character, affecting the organs of reproduction. This would confirm the position here taken that the myth symbolizes the loss of the sun's vigor. The sun's rays are no longer strong enough to fertilize the earth. In accord with this, Gilgamesh's search for healing leads him to the dark regions in which the scorpion men dwell. The terrors of the region symbolize the gloom of the winter season. At last Gilgamesh reaches a region of light again, described as a landscape situated at the sea. The maiden in control of this region bolts the gate against Gilgamesh's approach, but the latter forces his entrance. It is the picture of the sun god bursting through the darkness, to emerge as the youthful reinvigorated sun god of the spring. Now with the tendency to attach to popular tales and nature myths lessons illustrative of current beliefs and aspirations, Gilgamesh's search for renewal of life is viewed as man's longing for eternal life. The sun god's waning power after midsummer is past suggests man's growing weakness after the meridian of life has been left behind. Winter is death, and man longs to escape it. Gilgamesh's wanderings are used as illustration of this longing, and accordingly the search for life becomes also the quest for immortality. Can the precious boon of eternal life be achieved? Popular fancy created the figure of a favorite of the gods who had escaped a destructive deluge in which all mankind had perished. Gilgamesh hears of this favorite and determines to seek him out and learn from him the secret of eternal life. The deluge story, again a pure nature myth, symbolical of the rainy season which destroys all life in nature, is thus attached to the epic. Gilgamesh after many adventures finds himself in the presence of the survivor of the deluge who, although human, enjoys immortal life among the gods. He asks the survivor how he came to escape the common fate of mankind, and in reply Utnapishtim tells the story of the catastrophe that brought about universal destruction. The moral of the tale is obvious. Only those singled out by the special favor of the gods can hope to be removed to the distant source of the streams, and live forever. The rest of mankind must face death as the end of life. That the story of the deluge is told in the 11th tablet of the series, corresponding to the 11th month, known as the month of rain curse and marking the height of the rainy season, may be intentional. Just as it may not be accidental that Gilgamesh's rejection of Ishtar is recounted in the 6th tablet, corresponding to the 6th month, which marks the end of the summer season. The two tales may have formed part of a cycle of myths, distributed among the months of the year. The Gilgamesh Epic, however, does not form such a cycle. Both myths have been artificially attached to the adventures of the hero. For the Deluge story, we now have the definite proof for its independent existence, through Dr. Poble's publication of a Sumerian text which embodies the tale, and without any reference to Gilgamesh. Similarly, Skeel and Hilprecht have published fragments of Deluge stories written in Akkadian and likewise without any connection with the Gilgamesh Epic. In the epic, the story leads to another episode attached to Gilgamesh, namely, the search for a magic plant growing in deep water, which has the power of restoring old age to youth. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the deluge, is moved through pity for Gilgamesh, worn out by his long wanderings. At the request of his wife, Utnapishtim decides to tell Gilgamesh of this plant, and he succeeds in finding it. He plucks it and decides to take it back to Erech so that all may enjoy the benefit, but on his way stops to bathe in a cool cistern. A serpent comes along and snatches the plant from him, and he is forced to return to Erech with his purpose unachieved. Man cannot hope, when old age comes on, to escape death as the end of everything. Lastly, the 12th tablet of the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh Epic is of a purely didactic character, bearing evidence of having been added as a further illustration of the current belief that there is no escape from the nether world to which all must go after life has come to an end. Proper burial and suitable care of the dead represent all that can be done in order to secure a fairly comfortable rest for those who have passed out of this world. Enkidu is once more introduced into this episode. His shade is invoked by Gilgamesh and rises up out of the lower world to give a discouraging reply to Gilgamesh's request. Tell me, my friend, tell me, my friend, the law of the earth which thou hast experienced, tell me. The mournful message comes back. I cannot tell thee, my friend, I cannot tell. Death is a mystery and must always remain such. The historical Gilgamesh has clearly no connection with the figure introduced into this 12th tablet. Indeed, as already suggested, the Gilgamesh epic must have ended with the return to Erech, as related at the close of the 11th tablet. The 12th tablet was added by some schoolmen of Babylonia, or perhaps of Assyria, purely for the purpose of conveying a summary of the teachings in regard to the fate of the dead. Whether these 6 episodes covering the 6th to the 12th tablets, 1. The nature myth, 2. The killing of the divine bull, 3. The punishment of Gilgamesh and the death of Enkidu, 4. Gilgamesh's wanderings, 5. The deluge, 6. The search for immortality, were all included at the time that the Old Babylonian version was compiled cannot, of course, be determined until we have that version in a more complete form. Since the 2 tablets thus far recovered show that as early as 2000 BC, the Enkidu tale had already been amalgamated with the current stories about Gilgamesh, and the endeavor made to transfer the traits of the former to the latter. It is eminently likely that the story of Ishtar's unhappy love adventure with Gilgamesh was included, as well as Gilgamesh's punishment and the death of Enkidu. With the evidence furnished by Meissner's fragment of a version of the Old Babylonian revision and by our 2 tablets, of the early disposition to make popular tales the medium of illustrating current beliefs and the teachings of the temple schools, it may furthermore be concluded that the death of Enkidu and the punishment of Gilgamesh were utilized for didactic purposes in the Old Babylonian version. On the other hand, the proof for the existence of the deluge story in the Hammurabi period and some centuries later, independent of any connection with the Gilgamesh epic, raises the question whether in the Old Babylonian version, of which our 2 tablets form a part, the deluge tale was already woven into the pattern of the epic. At all events, till proof to the contrary is forthcoming, we may assume that the 12th tablet of the Assyrian version, though also reverting to a Babylonian original, dates as the latest addition to the epic from a period subsequent to 2000 BC. And that the same is probably the case with the 11th tablet. To sum up, there are 4 main currents that flow together in the Gilgamesh epic even in its Old Babylonian form. 1. The adventures of a mighty warrior Enkidu, resting perhaps on a faint tradition of the conquest of Amurru by the hero. 2. The more definite recollection of the exploits of a foreign invader of Babylonia by the name of Gilgamesh, whose home appears likewise to have been in the west. 3. Nature myths and didactic tales transferred to Enkidu and Gilgamesh as popular figures. And 4. The process of weaving the traditions, exploits, myths and didactic tales together, in the course of which process Gilgamesh becomes the main hero, and Enkidu his companion. Furthermore, our investigation has shown that to Enkidu belongs the episode with the woman, used to illustrate the evolution of primitive man to the ways and conditions of civilized life, the conquest of Uwawa in the land of Amuru, the killing of lions and also of the bull, while Gilgamesh is the hero who conquers Erech. Identified with the sun god, the nature myth of the union of the sun with the earth and the subsequent separation of the two is also transferred to him. The wanderings of the hero, smitten with disease, are a continuation of the nature myth, symbolizing the waning vigor of the sun with the approach of the wintry season. The details of the process which led to making Gilgamesh the favorite figure, to whom the traits and exploits of Enkidu and of the sun god are transferred, escape us, but of the fact that Enkidu is the older figure, of whom certain adventures were set forth in a tale that once had an independent existence, there can now be little doubt in the face of the evidence furnished by the 2 tablets of the Old Babylonian version. Just as the study of these tablets shows that in the combination of the tales of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, the former is the prototype of which Gilgamesh is the copy. If the two are regarded as brothers, as born in the same place, even resembling one another in appearance and carrying out their adventures in common, it is because in the process of combination Gilgamesh becomes the reflex of Enkidu. That Enkidu is not the figure created by Aruru to relieve Erech of its tyrannical ruler is also shown by the fact that Gilgamesh remains in control of Erech. It is to Erech that he returns when he fails of his purpose to learn the secret of escape from old age and death. Erech is, therefore, not relieved of the presence of the ruthless ruler through Enkidu. The man of Anu, formed by Aruru as a deliverer, is confused in the course of the growth of the epic with Enkidu, the offspring of Ninib. And in this way we obtain the strange contradiction of Enkidu and Gilgamesh appearing first as bitter rivals and then as close and inseparable friends. It is of the nature of epic compositions everywhere to eliminate unnecessary figures by concentrating on one favorite, the traits belonging to another or to several others. The close association of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, which becomes one of the striking features in the combination of the tales of these 2 heroes, naturally recalls the heavenly twins motif, which has been so fully and so suggestively treated by Professor J. Rendell Harris in his Cult of the Heavenly Twins, London, 1906. Professor Harris has conclusively shown how widespread the tendency is to associate 2 divine or semi-divine beings in myths and legends as inseparable companions or twins, like Castor and Pollux, Romulus and Remus, the Akvans in the Rig Veda, Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau in the Old Testament, the Kabiri of the Phoenicians, Heracles and Iphicles in Greek mythology, Ambrica and Fidelio in Teutonic mythology, Patalo and Patrimpo in Old Prussian mythology, Cots and Cotopates in Mithraism, Jesus and Thomas, according to the Syriac Acts of Thomas, and the various illustrations of Dioscuri in Christian legends, set forth by Dr. Harris in his work under this title, which carries the motif far down into the period of legends about Christian saints who appear in pairs, including the reference to such a pair in Shakespeare's Henry V. And Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by, from that day to the ending of the world. Act 4, 3, 57-58. There are indeed certain parallels which suggest that Enkidu Gilgamesh may represent a Babylonian counterpart to the heavenly twins. In the Indo-Iranian, Greek and Roman mythology, the twins almost invariably act together. In unison they proceed on expeditions to punish enemies. But after all, the parallels are of too general a character to be of much moment. And moreover the parallels stop short at the critical point, for Gilgamesh, though worsted, is not killed by Enkidu, whereas one of the heavenly twins is always killed by the brother, as Abel is by Cain, and Iphicles by his twin brother Heracles. Even the trait which is frequent in the earliest forms of the heavenly twins, according to which one is immortal and the other is mortal, though applying in a measure to Enkidu, who is killed by Ishtar, while Gilgamesh, the offspring of a divine pair, is only smitten with disease, is too unsubstantial to warrant more than a general comparison between the Enkidu-Gilgamesh pair and the various forms of the twin motif found throughout the ancient world. For all that, the point is of some interest that in the Gilgamesh epic we should encounter 2 figures who are portrayed as possessing the same traits and accomplishing feats in common, which suggest a partial parallel to the various forms in which the twin motif appears in the mythologies. folklore, and legends of many nations. And it may be that in some of these instances the duplication is due, as in the case of Enkidu and Gilgamesh, to an actual transfer of the traits of one figure to another who usurped his place. In concluding this study of the two recently discovered tablets of the Old Babylonian version of the Gilgamesh Epic, which has brought us several steps further in the interpretation and in our understanding of the method of composition of the most notable literary production of ancient Babylonia, it will be proper to consider the literary relationship of the Old Babylonian to the Assyrian version. We have already referred to the different form in which the names of the chief figures appear in the Old Babylonian version: D-Gish as against D-Gish-Gi, N-Mash, D-Enkidu as against D-Enkidu, Uwawa as against U-M, Baba. Erek appears as Uruk-Ribidim, Erek of the plazas, as against Uruk-Supuri, walled Erek, or Erek within the walls, in the Assyrian version. These variations point to an independent recension for the Assyrian revision. And this conclusion is confirmed by a comparison of parallel passages in our two tablets with the Assyrian version, for such parallels rarely extend to verbal agreements in details, and, moreover, show that the Assyrian version has been elaborated. Beginning with the Pennsylvania tablet, column I is covered in the Assyrian version by tablet I, 5, 25, to 6, 33, though, as pointed out above. In the Assyrian version we have the anticipation of the dreams of Gilgamesh and their interpretation through their recital to Enkidu by his female companion. Whereas in the Old Babylonian version we have the dreams directly given in a conversation between Gilgamesh and his mother. In the anticipation, there would naturally be some omissions. So lines 4 to 5 and 12 to 13 of the Pennsylvania tablet do not appear in the Assyrian version, but in their place is a line, 5, 35, to be restored to. I saw him and like a woman I fell in love with him, which occurs in the Old Babylonian version only in connection with the second dream. The point is of importance as showing that in the Babylonian version the first dream lays stress upon the omen of the falling meteor, as symbolizing the coming of Enkidu, whereas the second dream more specifically reveals Enkidu as a man, of whom Gilgamesh is instantly enamored. Strikingly variant lines, though conveying the same idea, are frequent. Thus line 14 of the Babylonian version reads, I bore it and carried it to thee, and appears in the Assyrian version, I, 5, 35b supplied from 6, 26. I threw it, or him, at thy feet, with an additional line in elaboration. Thou didst bring him into contact with me, which anticipates the speech of the mother. Line 41 equals Assyrian version I, 6, 33. Line 10 of the Pennsylvania tablet has Pa-ir as against Izzi 5, 31. Line 8 has Iktabayit as against Dan in the Assyrian version I, 5, 29. More significant is the variant to line 9. I became weak and its weight I could not bear, as against I, 5, 30. Its strength was overpowering, and I could not endure its weight. The important lines 31 to 36 are not found in the Assyrian version, with the exception of I, 6, 27, which corresponds to lines 33 to 34. But this lack of correspondence is probably due to the fact that the Assyrian version represents the anticipation of the dreams which, as already suggested, might well omit some details. As against this we have in the Assyrian version I, 6, 23 to 25, an elaboration of line 30 in the Pennsylvania tablet and taken over from the recital of the first dream. Through the Assyrian version I, 6, 31 to 32, we can restore the closing lines of column I of the Pennsylvania tablet, while with line 33 equals line 45 of the Pennsylvania tablet, the parallel between the two versions comes to an end. Lines 34 to 43 of the Assyrian version, bringing tablet I to a close, represent an elaboration of the speech of Nin-sun, followed by a further address of Gilgamesh to his mother, and by the determination of Gilgamesh to seek out Enkidu. Nothing of this sort appears to have been included in the Old Babylonian version. Our text proceeds with the scene between Enkidu and the woman, in which the latter by her charms and her appeal endeavors to lead Enkidu away from his life with the animals. From the abrupt manner in which the scene is introduced in line 43 of the Pennsylvania tablet, it is evident that this cannot be the first mention of the woman. The meeting must have been recounted in the first tablet, as is the case in the Assyrian version. The second tablet takes up the direct recital of the dreams of Gilgamesh and then continues the narrative. Whether in the Old Babylonian version the scene between Enkidu and the woman was described with the same naive details, as in the Assyrian version. Of the sexual intercourse between the two for 6 days and 7 nights cannot of course be determined, though presumably the Assyrian version, with the tendency of epics to become more elaborate as they pass from age to age, added some realistic touches. Assuming that lines 44 to 63 of the Pennsylvania tablet, the cohabitation of Enkidu and the address of the woman, is a repetition of what was already described in the first tablet, the comparison with the Assyrian version I, 16 to 41. Not only points to the elaboration of the later version, but likewise to an independent recension, even where parallel lines can be picked out. Only lines 46 to 48 of the Pennsylvania tablet form a complete parallel to line 21 of column 4 of the Assyrian version. The description in lines 22 to 32 of column 4 is missing, though it may, of course, have been included in part in the recital in the first tablet of the Old Babylonian version. Lines 49 to 59 of the Pennsylvania tablet are covered by 33 to 39, the only slight difference being the specific mention in line 58 of the Pennsylvania tablet of Eanna, the temple in Erech, described as the dwelling of Anu. Whereas in the Assyrian version Eanna is merely referred to as the holy house and described as the dwelling of Anu and Ishtar, where Ishtar is clearly a later addition. Leaving aside lines 60 to 61, which may be merely a variant, though independent, of line 39 of column 4 of the Assyrian version. We now have in the Pennsylvania tablet a second speech of the woman to Enkidu, not represented in the Assyrian version, beginning like the first one with Alka, come, lines 62 to 63. In which she asks Enkidu to leave the accursed ground, in which he dwells. This speech, as the description which follows, extending into columns 3 to 4, and telling how the woman clothed Enkidu, how she brought him to the sheepfolds, how she taught him to eat bread and to drink wine, and how she instructed him in the ways of civilization, must have been included in the second tablet of the Assyrian version, which has come down to us in a very imperfect form. Nor is the scene in which Enkidu and Gilgamesh have their encounter found in the preserved portions of the second, or possibly the third, tablet of the Assyrian version, but only a brief reference to it in the fourth tablet, in which in epic style the story is repeated, leading up to the second exploit, the joint campaign of Enkidu and Gilgamesh against Uawa. This reference, covering only 7 lines, corresponds to lines 192 to 231 of the Pennsylvania tablet. But the former being the repetition and the latter the original recital, the comparison to be instituted merely reveals again the independence of the Assyrian version, as shown in the use of kibsu, tread, 4:2, 46, for sipu, foot, l. 2:16, inas, quake, line 5c, as against ir 2:2, ll 221 and 226. Such variants as Digish Arabam ul Idin, l. 2:17. Against D. Gilgamesh Anas Surubi ul Nam Din, 4:2, 47. And again. Ayatma Kima Lim, they grappled at the gate of the family house, 4:2, 48. Against Ayatma Ina Bab Bit Amuti, they grappled at the gate of the family house, 4:2, 48. All point once more to the literary independence of the Assyrian version. The end of the conflict and the reconciliation of the two heroes is likewise missing in the Assyrian version. It may have been referred to at the beginning of column 3 of tablet 4. Coming to the Yale tablet, the few passages in which a comparison may be instituted with the fourth tablet of the Assyrian version, to which in a general way it must correspond, are not sufficient to warrant any conclusions beyond the confirmation of the literary independence of the Assyrian version. The section comprised within lines 72 to 89, where Enkidu's grief at his friend's decision to fight Uawa is described, and he makes confession of his own physical exhaustion, may correspond to tablet 4, column 4, of the Assyrian version. This would fit in with the beginning of the reverse, the first 2 lines of which, 136 to 137, correspond to column 5 of the fourth tablet of the Assyrian version, with a variation, sevenfold fear, as against fear of men, in the Assyrian version. If lines 138 to 139, in column 4, of the Yale tablet correspond to line 7 of column 5 of tablet 4 of the Assyrian version, we would again have an illustration of the elaboration of the later version by the addition of lines 3 to 6. But beyond this we have merely the comparison of the description of Yuwawa, whose roar is a flood, whose mouth is fire, and whose breath is death, which occurs twice in the Yale tablet, lines 110 to 111 and 196 to 197. With the same phrase in the Assyrian version tablet 4, 5, 3, but here, as just pointed out, with an elaboration. Practically, therefore, the entire Yale tablet represents an addition to our knowledge of the Yuwawa episode, and until we are fortunate enough to discover more fragments of the 4th tablet of the Assyrian version, we must content ourselves with the conclusions reached from a comparison of the Pennsylvania tablet with the parallels in the Assyrian version. It may be noted as a general point of resemblance in the exterior form of the Old Babylonian and Assyrian versions that both were inscribed on tablets containing 6 columns, 3 on the obverse and 3 on the reverse, and that the length of the tablets, an average of 40 to 50 lines, was about the same, thus revealing in the external form a convent Iona one size for the tablets in the older period, which was carried over into later times. See for further details of this royal library, Jastrow, Civilization of Babylonia and Assyria, Seek. Das Babylonische Nimmerdepots, Leipzig, 1884-1891, supplemented by Hopp's article Die Zwölf de Babylonischen Nimmerdepots in BAI, pp. 48-79, containing the fragments of the 12th tablet. The fragments of the epic in Ashurbanipal's library, some 60, represent portions of several copies. Sinlianini, perhaps from Erech, since this name appears as that of a family in tablets from Erech, see Clay, Legal Documents from Erech, Index, is named in a list of texts, K9717, Hopp's edition No. 51, line 18, as the editor of the epic, though probably he was not the only compiler. Since the publication of Hopp's edition, a few fragments were added by him as an appendix to Alfred Jeremias Istabar Nimrod, Leipzig, 1891, plates 2 to 4. And 2 more are embodied in Jensen's transliteration of all the fragments in the Kielan Schriftliche Bibliothek 6. Pages 116 to 265, with elaborate notes, pages 421 to 531. Furthermore, a fragment, obtained from supplementary excavations at Kuyunjik, has been published by L. W. King in his supplement to the catalogue of the cuneiform tablets in the Kuyunjik collection of the British cuneiform tablets in the Kuyunjik collection of the British Museum No. 56 and PSBA Volume 36, pages 64 to 68. Recently a fragment of the 6th tablet from the excavations at Assur has been published by Ebling, Kiel Schrifttext aus Assur Religiosen in Haltz No. 115, and one may expect further portions to turn up. The designation Nimrod Epic, on the supposition that the hero of the Babylonian epic is identical with Nimrod, the mighty hunter, of Genesis 10, has now been generally abandoned, in the absence of any evidence that the Babylonian hero bore a name like Nimrod. For all that, the description of Nimrod as the mighty hunter, and the occurrence of a hunter in the Babylonian epic, Assyrian version tablet I, though he is not the hero, points to a confusion in the Hebrew form of the borrowed tradition between Gilgamesh and Nimrod. The latest French translation of the epic is by Dorme, Choix de textes religieux Assyro-Babylonians, Paris, 1907, pages 182 to 325. The latest German translation by Nad Gressmann, Das Gilgamesh Epos, Göttingen, 1911, with a valuable analysis and discussion. These 2 translations now supersede Jensen's translation in the Kielan Schriftliche Bibliothek, which, however, is still valuable because of the detailed notes, containing a wealth of lexicographical material. Nad also gave a partial translation in Gressmann Renke, Altorientalisch Text and Bilderei, pages 39 to 61. In English, we have translations of substantial portions by Muss-Arnault in Harper's Assyrian and Babylonian Literature, New York, 1901, pp. 324 to 368, by Jastrow, Religion of Babylonia and Assyria, Boston, 1898, Chapter 23, by Clay and Light on the Old Testament from Babel, pages 78 to 84, by Rogers in cuneiform parallels to the Old Testament, pages 80 to 103. And most recently by Jastrow in Sacred Books and Early Literature of the East, edition C. F. Horn, New York, 1917, Volume 1, pages 187 to 220. C. Luckenbill in JOS, Volume 37, Seek. Prof. Clay, it should be added, clings to the older reading, Hammurabi, which is retained in this volume. ZA, Volume 14, pages 277 to 292. The survivor of the deluge is usually designated as Utnapishtim in the epic, but in one passage, Assyrian version, Tablet 11, 196, he is designated as Atrahasis, the very wise one. Similarly, in a second version of the deluge story, also found in Ashurbanipal's library, for our superscript 2 editions, line 11. The two names clearly point to two versions, which in accordance with the manner of ancient compositions were merged into one. See an article by Jastrow in ZA, Volume 13, pages 288 to 301. Published by Skeel in Recueil de Travaux, etc. Volume 20, pages 55 to 58. The text does not form part of the Gilgamesh Epic, as the colophon, differing from the one attached to the epic, shows. Ein altbabylonisches Fragment de Gilgamosepos, MVAG 1902, No. 1. On these variant forms of the two names see the discussion below. The passage is paralleled by ECC 9, 7-9. See Jastrow, A Gentle Cynic, Seek. Among the Nippur tablets in the collection of the University of Pennsylvania Museum. The fragment was published by Dr. Pobel in his Historical and Grammatical Texts No. 23. See also Pobel in the Museum Journal, Volume 4, and an article by Dr. Langdon in the same journal, Volume 7, pages 178 to 181, though Langdon fails to credit Dr. Pobel with the discovery and publication of the important tablet. No. 55 in Langdon's Historical and Religious Texts from the Temple Library of Nippur, Munich, 1914. No. 5 in his Sumerian Liturgical Texts. Philadelphia, 1917. See on this name below. See further below, Seek. See Pobel, Historical and Grammatical Texts, No. 1, and Jastrow in JOS, Volume 36. Pages 122 to 131 and 274 to 299. See an article by Jastrow, Sumerian and Akkadian Views of Beginnings, JOS Volume 36, pages 274 to 299. See on this point Eduard Meyer, Sumerier und Semiten in Babylonian, Berlin, 1906, Seek, whose view is followed in Jastrow, Civilization of Babylonia and Assyria. See also Clay, Empire of the Amorites, Yale University Press, 1919, Seek. See the discussion below. Dr. Pobel published an article on the tablet in OLZ, 1914, pages 4 to 6, in which he called attention to the correct name for the mother of Gilgamesh, which was settled by the tablet as Ninsun. Historical Texts No. 2, Column 2, 26. See the discussion in Historical and Grammatical Texts, Seek. See Fostat in OLZ, 1915. Publications of the University of Pennsylvania Museum, Babylonian Section, Volume 10, No. 3, Philadelphia, 1917. It is to be regretted that Dr. Langdon should not have given full credit to Dr. Pobel for his discovery of the tablet. He merely refers in an obscure footnote to Dr. Pobel's having made a copy. E.g., in the very first note on page 211, and again in a note on page 213. Dr. Langdon neglected to copy the signs for SUSI equals 240 which appear on the edge of the tablet. He also misunderstood the word Sutuyuar in the colophon which he translated, written, taking the word from a stem aru, right. The form Sutuyuar is 3-1 from Ataru, to be in excess of, and indicates, presumably, that the text is a copy, enlarged, from an older original. See the commentary to the colophon. Museum Journal, Volume 8. See below. I follow the enumeration of tablets, columns and lines in Jensen's edition, though some fragments appear to have been placed by him in a wrong position. According to Basalt's investigation, verbal suffix from an als Alterskriterion Babylonische Syrischer in Schriften, Heidelberg Akkad. D. Wyss, Philos, Hister. Class, 1910, 9 te Abhandlung. The bulk of the tablets in Ashurbanipal's library are copies of originals dating from about 1500 BC. It does not follow, however, that all the copies date from originals of the same period. Basalt reaches the conclusion on the basis of various forms for verbal suffixes, that the fragments from the Ashurbanipal library actually date from three distinct periods ranging from before c. 1450 to c. 700 BC. Before thou comest from the mountain, Gilgamesh in Erech will see thy dreams, after which the dreams are recounted by the woman to Enkidu. The expression, thy dreams, means here, dreams about thee. Tablet I, 5, 23-24. Lines 100 to 101. In a paper read before the American Oriental Society at New Haven, April 4, 1918. See the commentary to Kernel 4 of the Yale tablet for further details. This is no doubt the correct reading of the three signs which used to be read is Tubar or Gish-Tubar. The first sign has commonly the value Gish, the second can be read Jin or Gi, Bruno number 11900, and the third Mash as well as Bar. See Ungnad in Ungnad Gressman, Das Gilgamesh Epic, and Pobel, Historical and Grammatical Texts. So also in Sumerian, Zimmern, Sumerisch Kultlieder aus Altbabylonischer Zeit, number 196, Rev 14 and 16. The sign used, Lum, Bruno no. 11183, could have the value U as well as The addition, father-in-law of Moses, to the name Obab be, Reuel in this passage must refer to Reuel, and not to Obab. In Judges 4:11, the gloss of the Ben-A Obab, the father-in-law of Moses, must be separated into two, 1, Ben-A Obab, and 2, father-in-law of Moses. The latter addition rests on an erroneous tradition, or is intended as a brief reminder that Obab is identical with the son of Reuel. See his list of personal names from the Temple School of Nippur. Umbabaitu and Si-kin Uwawa also occur in Omen texts, CTXXV, for 8-9 equals PL3, 17 equals PL6, 3-4 equals CT18I, 14, 12. The contrast to Uwawa is Ligru, dwarf, CTXXV, for 12 and 14 equals PL6, 7.9 equals PL3, 19. See Jastrow, Religion Babylonians UND Assyrians, 2, note 7. Uwawa, therefore, has the force of a monster. Ungnad Gressman, Das Gilgamesh Epic, Seek. Ungnad, 1. C. called attention to this name, but failed to draw the conclusion that Baba therefore belongs to the west and not to the east. First pointed out by Ungnad in OLZ 1910, on the basis of CT 18, 30, 10, where Ngidu appears in the column furnishing phonetic readings. See Clay Amuru, pages 74, 129, etc. Tablet I, 2, 39-40, 3, 6-7 and 33-34, 4, 3-4. Tablet I, 2, 1 and 9, 2, 16. Note also the statement about Gilgamesh that his body is flesh of the gods, Tablet 9, 2, 14, x, 1, 7. Bor 4. Lewin, Die Skolien de Theodor Barconi zur Patriarchengest, Berlin, 1905. See Gressman in Ungnad Gressman, Das Gilgamesh Epic. Who points out that the first element of compared with the second of gives the exact form that we require, namely, Gilgamos. Tablet I, Kernel 2, is taken up with this episode. See Pobel, Historical and Grammatical Texts. See Pobel, Historical Texts number 2, Kernel 2, 26. Hilprecht, Old Babylonian Inscriptions I, 1 number 26. Delitzk, Assyrisch Liestuk, 6, 2-3. Cf. Also CTXXV, 28, K7659, 3, where we must evidently supply, Isiga, Tuk, for which in the following line we have again Gish Gilgamesh as an equivalent. C. Meissner, OLZ 1910, 99. C. E. G. Barton, Haverford Collection 2 No. 27, Kernel I, 14, etc. Diamol, Pantheon Babylonicum. CT 12, 50, K 4359, Obv. 17. C. Barton, Origin and Development of Babylonian Writing, 2, Seek, for various explanations, though all centering around the same idea of the picture of fire in some form. See the passages quoted by Poe Bell, Historical and Grammatical Texts. E.g., Genesis 4, 20, Jabal, the father of tent dwelling and cattle holding, Jubal, 4, 21, the father of harp and pipe striking. See particularly the plays, in the J. Document, upon the names of the 12 sons of Jacob, which are brought forward either as tribal characteristics, or as suggested by some incident or utterance by the mother at the birth of each son. The designation is variously explained by Arabic writers. See Beidhawi's commentary, edition Fleischer, to Surah 18, 82. The writing Gish-Gimash as an approach to the pronunciation Gilgamesh would thus represent the beginning of the artificial process which seeks to interpret the first syllable as hero. See above. Poe Bell, Historical Texts, Seek. Many years ago, BA 3, I equated Etna with Ethan in the Old Testament, therefore a West Semitic name. See Clay, The Empire of the Amorites. Professor Clay strongly favors an Amoritic origin also for Gilgamesh. His explanation of the name is set forth in his recent work on the Empire of the Amorites, page 89, and is also referred to in his work on Amurru, page 79, and in his volume of miscellaneous inscriptions in the Yale Babylonian collection, page 3. Note: according to Professor Clay, the original form of the hero's name was West Semitic, and was something like Bilgamash, the meaning of which was perhaps the offspring of Mash. For the first element in this division of the name cf. Pilium, the name of a ruler of an early dynasty, and Bala of the Old Testament. In view of the fact that the axe figures so prominently in the epic as an instrument wielded by Gilgamesh, Professor Clay furthermore thinks it reasonable to assume that the name was interpreted by the Babylonian scribe as the axe of Mash. In this way he would account for the use of the determinative for weapons, which is also the sign Gish, in the name. It is certainly noteworthy that the ideogram Gishtun in the later form of Gishtun Mash equals Pasu, axe, CT 16, 38:14b, etc. Tun also equals Palo, axe, CT 12, 10:34b. Names with similar element, besides Pilium, are below of the Hammurabi period, Bilo of the Kassite period, etc. It is only proper to add that Professor Jastrow assumes the responsibility for the explanation of the form and etymology of the name Gilgamesh proposed in this volume. The question is one in regard to which legitimate differences of opinion will prevail among scholars until through some chance a definite decision, one way or the other, can be reached. Mariu, line 191. Tablet I, 5, 23. CFI, 3, 2 and 29. Tablet 4, 4, 7 and I, 5, 3. Assyrian version, Tablet 2, 3b 34, in an address of Shamash to Enkidu. So Assyrian version, Tablet 8, 3, 11. Also supplied 8, 5, 20 and 21, and X, 1, 46-47 and 5, 6-7. Tablet 12, 3, 25. Ward, Seal Cylinders of Western Asia, Chapter 10, and the same author's Cylinders and Other Ancient Oriental Seals, Morgan Collection numbers 19-50. E.g., Ward number 192, Enkidu has human legs like Gilgamesh, also no. 189, where it is difficult to say which is Gilgamesh, and which is Enkidu. The clothed one is probably Gilgamesh, though not infrequently Gilgamesh is also represented as nude, or merely with a girdle around his waist. E.g., Ward, Nos. 173, 174, 190, 191, 195 as well as 189 and 192. On the other hand, in Ward Nos. 459 and 461, the conflict between the two heroes is depicted with the heroes distinguished in more conventional fashion, Enkidu having the hoofs of an animal, and also with a varying arrangement of beard and hair. C. Jastrow, Religion of Babylonia and Assyria, Boston, 1898, Seek. Und Nadgressman, Das Gilgamesh Epos, Seek. Pennsylvania Tablet, L. 198 equals Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 2, 37. Enkidu blocked the gate, Pennsylvania Tablet, line 215, equals Assyrian version Tablet 4, 2, 46. Enkidu interposed his foot at the gate of the family house. Pennsylvania Tablet, lines 218 and 224. Yale Tablet, line 198. Also to be supplied lines 13 to 14. Yale Tablet, lines 190 and 191. PSBA 1914, 65 Seek. Equals Jensen 3, 1a, 4-11, which can now be completed and supplemented by the new fragment. I.e., Enkidu will save Gilgamesh. These two lines impress one as popular sayings, here applied to Enkidu. King's Fragment, Colonel. I. 13-27, which now enables us to complete Jensen 3, 1a, 12-21. Yale Tablet, lines. Yale Tablet, lines 143-148 equals Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 6, 26 Seek. Assyrian version, Tablet 3, 2a, 13-14. Lines 215-222. Assyrian version, Tablet V, columns 3-4. We have to assume that in line 13 of column 4, Jensen, Enkidu takes up the thread of conversation, as is shown by line 22, Enkidu brought his dream to him and spoke to Gilgamesh. Assyrian version, Tablet 6, lines 146-147. Lines 178-183. Lines 176-177. Tablet 7, column 6. Assyrian version, Tablet 6, 200-203. These words are put into the mouth of Gilgamesh, lines 198-199. It is, therefore, unlikely that he would sing his own praise. Both Jensen and Und Nad admit that Enkidu is to be supplied in at least one of the lines. Lines 109 and 112. Assyrian version, Tablet 9, 1, 8-9. Tablet 8, 5, 2-6. So also Gressman in Und Nad Gressman, Das Gilgamesh Epos, regards Enkidu as the older figure. C. Jastrow, Adam and Eve in Babylonian Literature, AJSL, Volume 15, pages 193-214. Assyrian version, Tablet I, 2, 31-36. It will be recalled that Enkidu is always spoken of as born in the field. Note the repetition Ibtani, created, in line 33 of the man of Anu, and in line 35 of the offspring of Ninib. The creation of the former is by the heart, i.e. by the will of Aruru, the creation of the latter is an act of molding out of clay. Tablet I, column 3. Following as usual the enumeration of lines in Jensen's edition. An analogy does not involve a dependence of one tale upon the other, but merely that both rest on similar traditions, which may have arisen independently. Note that the name of Eve is not mentioned till after the fall, Genesis 3, 20. Before that she is merely Ish-Shah, i.e., woman, just as in the Babylonian tale the woman who guides Enkidu is Arimtu, woman. And he drank and became drunk, Genesis 9, 21. His heart became glad and his face shone, Pennsylvania Tablet, lines 100-101. That in the combination of this Enkidu with tales of primitive man, inconsistent features should have been introduced, such as the union of Enkidu with the woman as the beginning of a higher life. Whereas the presence of a hunter and his father shows that human society was already in existence, is characteristic of folk tales, which are indifferent to details that may be contradictory to the general setting of the story. Pennsylvania Tablet, lines 102-104. Line 105. Tablet I, 1, 9. See also the reference to the wall of Erech as an old construction of Gilgamesh, in the inscription of an Am in the days of Sin Gamel, Hilprecht, Old Babylonian inscriptions, I, no. 26, cf4 are superscript 252, 3, 53. The invariable designation in the Assyrian version as against Uruk Ribidim, Erech of the plazas, in the Old Babylonian version. In Ung Nadgresman, das Gilgamesh Epos, seek. C. Jensen, Gilgamesh is addressed as judge, as the one who inspects the divisions of the earth, precisely as Shamash is celebrated. In line 8 of the hymn in question, Gilgamesh is in fact addressed as Shamash. The darkness is emphasized with each advance in the hero's wanderings, Tablet 9, Kernel 5. This tale is again a nature myth, marking the change from the dry to the rainy season. The deluge is an annual occurrence in the Euphrates Valley through the overflow of the two rivers. Only the canal system, directing the overflow into the fields, changed the curse into a blessing. In contrast to the deluge, we have in the Assyrian creation story the drying up of the primeval waters so that the earth makes its appearance with the change from the rainy to the dry season. The world is created in the spring, according to the Akkadian view, which is reflected in the biblical creation story, as related in the P document. See Jastrow, Sumerian and Akkadian Views of Beginnings, JOS, Volume 36, Seek. Azam and Sumerian corresponding to the Akkadian Abau, which conveys the idea of destruction. The month is known as the Mission of Ishtar, in Sumerian, in allusion to another nature myth which describes Ishtar's disappearance from Earth and her mission to the lower world. Historical texts number 1. The Sumerian name of the survivor is Ziyugadu or perhaps Ziyusudu, cf. King, Legends of Babylon and Egypt, Note 4, signifying, he who lengthened the day of life, i.e. the one of long life, of which Utnapishtim, day of life, in the Assyrian version seems to be an abbreviated Akkadian rendering, with the omission of the verb. So King's view, which is here followed. See also CT 18, 30, 9, and Langdon, Sumerian Epic of Paradise, who, however, enters upon further speculations that are fanciful. See the translation in Ung Nadgresman, Das Gilgamesh Epos, pages 69, seek. And 73. According to Professor Clay, quite certainly a Muru, just as in the case of Enkidu. Gressman in Ung Nadgresman, Das Gilgamesh Epos, seek. Touches upon this motif, but fails to see the main point that the companions are also twins or at least brothers. Hence such examples as Abraham and Lot, David and Jonathan, Achilles and Patroclus, Etocles and Polynices, are not parallels to Gilgamesh Enkidu, but belong to the enlargement of the motif so as to include companions who are not regarded as brothers. Or Romus. See Rendell Harris, L.C., Note 2. One might also include the primeval pair Yami with their equivalents in Iranian mythology, Karnawi, Iranian mythology, Sikh. Becoming, however, a triad and later increased to 7. Cf. Rendell Harris, L.C. I am indebted to my friend, Professor A.J. Karnawi, of the University of Louvain, for having kindly gathered and placed at my disposal material on the twin brother motif from Indo-European sources, supplemental to Rendell Harris's work. On the other hand, Uruk Matum for the district of Erech, i.e., the territory over which the city holds sway, appears in both versions, Pennsylvania Tablet, 1, 10 equals Assyrian version I, 5, 36. My likeness, line 27. It should be noted, however, that lines 32 to 44 of I, 5, in Jensen's edition are part of a fragment K9245, not published, but merely copied by Basalt and Johns, and placed at Jensen's disposal, which may represent a duplicate to I, 6, 23 to 34. With which it agrees entirely except for one line, viz. Line 34 of K9245, which is not found in column 6, 23 to 34. If this be correct, then there is lacking after line 31 of column 5, the interpretation of the dream given in the Pennsylvania Tablet in line 17 to 23. Ina sap li ki, literally, below thee, whereas in the Old Babylonian version we have Ana I rika, towards thee. Repeated I, 6, 28. Ultaprid ki is susuma. The verb is from paradu, violent. For kisu, strong, CCT 16, 25, 48-49. Langdon, Gilgamesh Epic, Note 5, renders the phrase, "He shook his murderous weapon." Another illustration of his haphazard way of translating texts. Shown by the colophon, Jeremias, is to Bar Nimrod, Plate 4. Lines 42-43 must be taken as part of the narrative of the compiler, who tells us that after the woman had informed Enkidu that Gilgamesh already knew of Enkidu's coming through dreams interpreted by Ninsun. Gilgamesh actually set out and encountered Enkidu. Tablet I, Kernel 4. See also above. 4.2, 44-50. The word ulanum, L.43, once, or since, points to the following being a reference to a former recital, and not an original recital. Only the lower half, Hopp's edition, is preserved. The eyes of Enkidu were filled with tears, corresponding to 4:10. Unless indeed the number 7 is a slip for the sign SA. See the commentary to the line. Pennsylvania Tablet. The 240 lines of the 6 columns of the text are enumerated in succession, with an indication on the margin where a new column begins. This method, followed also in the case of the Yale tablet, seems preferable to Langdon's breaking up of the text into obverse and reverse, with a separate enumeration for each of the 6 columns. In order, however, to facilitate a comparison with Langdon's edition, a table is added. Obverse kernel. I1 equals line 1 of our text. I5 equals 5. I10 equals 10. I15 equals 15. I20 equals 20. I25 equals 25. I30 equals 30. I35 equals 35. Kernel 2:1 equals line 41. 2:5 equals 45. 2:10 equals 50. 2:15 equals 55. 2:20 equals 60. 2:25 equals 65. 2:30 equals 70. 2:35 equals 75. Kernel 3:1 equals line 81. 3:5 equals 85. 3:10 equals 90. 3:15 equals 95. 3:26 equals 100. 3:25 equals 105. 3:30 equals 110. 3:35 equals 115. Reverse kernel. I1 equals kernel 4 equals line 131 of our text. I5 equals 135. I10 equals 140. I15 equals 145. I20 equals 150. I25 equals 155. I30 equals 160. 2:1 equals kernel. V equals line 171. 2:5 equals 175. 2:10 equals 180. 2:15 equals 185. 2:20 equals 190. 2, 25 equals 195. 2, 30 equals 200. 3, 1 equals kernel. 6 equals line. 208. 3, 5 equals 212. 3, 10 equals 217. 3, 15 equals 222. 3, 20 equals 227. 3, 25 equals 232. 3, 30 equals 237. 3, 33 equals 240. Pennsylvania tablet. Transliteration. Kernel I. One it, by e ma jis sunatam ipaasar. 2 is ze kar am a na misu. 3 mi ina at muasete. 4 sma kuma at tana laike. 5 I na by riadit lutim. 6 I b sunima kakabi usmi. 7 ki irusa anim imuut a na irie. 8 as asasuma. Iktabayat ilie. 9 uni is suma nuasase su ul ilti. 10 aruki matam par ilisu. 11 it lu tum unase kuasepaisu. 12 mi id ma puti. 13 I mi du iati. 14 asas suma biela su a na iriki. 15 mi jis mudiat kalama. 16 is ze kar am a na jis. 17 mi in d jis sa kima kati. 18 I na iri wali idima. 19 ra ab by su sadu. 20 ta mar suma kima sal. Taidu at ta. 21 it lu tum unase kuasepaisu. 22 t ira as dash su 2 ut 2 yuma. 23 ta tar ra dash as su a na I dash re ia. 24 us tenima I tamaris enitam. 25 suna ta itawayam a na misu. 26 mi a tamaris enitam. 27 sunatu eta mar. Emi a ina suam. 28 sa uruk ki rebaitim. 29 a inu nadema. 30 e li su piaru. 31 a inu amas an I biunusu. 32 a amur suma a tadu a naku. 33 a ra am suma kima as esatim. 34 a abuab el su. 35 l ki suma as takan su. 36 a na. Aia. 37 mi jis mudat ka lama. 38 is the karam a na jis. 39 jis sa tamuaru amalu. 40 tayabuab kima as esatim el su. Kernel. 2. 41 as sumas dash ta mayaru itiaka. 42 jis sunatam ipasar. 43 den ki dash duwa sib maar a riimtim. 44 ur dash sair amu dita sa. ipti dash e. 45 dn ki du imtasai asar iwaldu. 46 6 u7 muasatim. 47 den dash kidu tibayama. 48 sa dash amkata iri. 49 a dash riamtum pa a saipus amma. 50 is za dash karam a na dn kidu. 51 a na tal ka dn kidu kima ili tabi as si. 52 m mi nimit ti nama as te. 53 ta at ta dash na al ak iram. 54 al cam luyurdika. 55a na libi, guruki, rebitim. 56a na bit, l, lim musa by sa anim. 57 den, ki, du ti by luar yuka. 58a na e dash, and, na musa by sa anim. 59a, sar, jis gi, it ma dash, lu, any pasitim. 60 uet dash, ta, ki dash, ma sal ta a, bu dash, su. 61 ta dash, ram su kima, ariman ka. 62 al, ka tibai dash, na, gaagga. 63 ma, ag, re, im. 64 is me aysa, I'm ta rgabasa. 65 me il dash, cum, sa acidim. 66 im, ta uut a na libisu. 67 is uut li ibsam. 68 is tianam ula biasu. 69 li, ib dash, sam, snim. 70 sii it tal bias. 71 a abtat jiasu. 72 ki, ma I re su. 73 a, na guapri srm. 74 a, sar tarbiam. 75 I, na, as, risu, I'm, ururiau. 76, usuyu dn kidu I litasu esedu amma. 77, iti abti mai kalasama. 78, iti bulim mas a I sat ti. 79, iti namas tee me iab libiesu. Perhaps one additional line missing. Kernel 3. 81 ssbasa namas te. 82 I, te, ni, ik. 83 a, ka, lam is kunu marsu. 84 ib, t, ik, ma ina tal. 85 uip pa las. 86 u ul id dn kidu. 87 aklam a na a kalim. 88 sikaram a na sate im. 89 la, alamu ud. 90 a riamtum pi sa ipusam ma. 91 is, zekar am a na dn kidu. 92 a, ku, ul a kalam dn kidu. 93 z, ma, at bli im. 94 sikaram sitsmti mati. 95 I, ku, ul a kalam dn kidu. 96 a, dsi by isu. 97 sikaram is tam. 987 aam miim. 99 it, tap, sarkabtatum inangu. 100 I, li, I. Libasuma. 101 pa, nu, su, it, tamaru. 102 ul, tap, pi, it, lusu, I. 103 suyuram pajiarsu. 104 asamnam I pitas asma. 105 a, we, li, is I we. 106 il, ba, as li ibsam. 107 ki, mamuti I ibassi. 108 il, ki kaike kasu. 109 la, by ujari. 110 ussakpu riuti. Muasetim. 111 ut, tap, pi, is sibieri. 112 la, by ukatas id. 113 it, ti dash, lu, naki dash, de, arabutum. 114 den, ki, du mai arsunu. 115 a, we, lum giz aruum. 116 is tien it lum. 117 a, na ki de. I, zia kyr. About 5 lines missing. Kernel 4. About 8 lines missing. 131 I, ip, pu, us ulam. 132 is asima inisu. 133 I, ta, mar a wilam. 134 is, zia, kar, am a na rimtum. 135 asam ka at uk ki si a wilam. 136 a, na minim ilikam. 137 z, ki, ir, su luas su. 138 ariamtum is ta si a wilam. 139 I, ba, asu amma itamarsu. 140 e, d, ilees ta I dash, ila, am. 141 lim, nu elaku mana a dash, ti, ka. 142 e, pi, su ipus amma. 143 is, zi, kar, am ana den dash, kidu. 144 by, ti, is emutimic. 145 sima at nisima. 146 2, a dash. Ar ilutim. 147 a, na ali, dupsak ki ein. 148 uk, la at ali. Emi sa aaa tim. 149 a, na sari sau ruki rebaitim. 150 pi, tipu uk epici, si, ana aari. 151 a, na jis sari sau ruki rebaitim. 152 pi, tipu uk epici, si. 153 a, na aari. 154 as sa at isamatim iri. 155 suyu pananu amma. 156 mu uk. Where kanu. 157 I, na mial ki sa ili by ma. 158 I, na by ti abuan nati su. 159 sma su. 160 a, na ziak ri it liim. 161 I, ri, ku panusu. About 3 lines missing. Colonel V. About 6 lines missing. 171 I, il, let ak, dn kidu ina pa an I. 172 u, sam kaat, wa, ar kisu. 173 I, ru, ma ana libi uruki rebaitim. 174 ip, manu ina irisu. 175 is, za, ma ina suim. 176 sau ruki rebaitim. 177 pa, ma inisu. 178 I, ta, wa, ina. Irisu. 179 a, na alam jis ma sael payatam. 180 la, na mesepael. 181 asai, ma. Esaki ipu, uk kuol. 182. Ipakadu. 183 I dash, na mati dun emu, ki iwa. 184 ssba sa nama ste. 185 I, te, ni, ik. 186 ka, a, na, ina, libi, uruki kakiatum. 187 it, lu, tum utl lilu. 188 sakian ursanu. 189 a, na itli sa isru zimusu. 190 a, na jis kima iliim. 191 sakias sum mariu. 192 a, na disare ma elum. 193 na, d, I, ma. 194 jisid dash, tl ma yarkatim. 195 I, na musi in an I dash, ib by, it. 196 I, na, ag, sam ma. 197 it, ta dash, z is dn kidu, ina sim. 198 ip, ta, ra dash, a la, ak tam. 199 sa jis. 200, a na epi is. Danane su. About 3 lines missing. Kernel 6. About 4 lines missing. 208 sar. A. 209 jis. 210 I, na iri dash, su ilikayam dn kidu. 211 I, anib, partasu. 212 it, by, ma, il liik. 213 a, napanisu. 214 it, tam, ru ina rebaitum mati. 215 den, ki, du babam ipitariak. 216 I, na asipaisu. 217 jis iribam uoliddian. 218 iab tu ma ki ma liim. 219 I, lu, du. 220 z, ip, pa, am, ibu2. 221 I, ga, rum ir22. 222 Jis Udn Kidu. 223 Iab tu Yuma. 224 Ki Ma Li Im I Ludu. 225 Z IP Pa M Ibu 2. 226 I Ga Rum Ir 22. 227 Ik Mi is Ma Jis. 228 I Na Gaagga Re Sip Su. 229 IP Si Uzize Suma. 230 I Ni Iras Su. 231 is 2 Ira Su Inayu. 232 Den Ki Du Anas Sim. 233 is Ze Kar Am Anajis. 234 Ki Ma is Tien Ma Ka. 235 U Li Id Ka. 236 Ri Im Tum Sa Superiori. 237 Dinin Sun Na. 238 Ul Lu Ili Muti Rieska. 239 Sar U2. SANSI. 240 I SM Cum Dien Lil. 241 Dupu 2 Kamma. 242 Su 2 Ur Li. 243 4 Su Si. Translation. Colonel I. 1 Gish sought to interpret the dream. 2 spoke to his mother. 3 Inch my mother, during my night. For I became strong and moved about. 5 Among the heroes. 6 And from the starry heaven. 7 A meteor of Anu fell upon me. 8 I bore it and it grew heavy upon me. 9 I became weak and its weight I could not endure. 10 The land of Erech gathered about it. 11 The heroes kissed its feet. 12 It was raised up before me. 13 They stood me up. 14 I bore it and carried it to thee. 15 The mother of Gish, who knows all things. 16 Spoke to Gish. 17 Inch someone, O Gish, who like thee. 18 Inches the field was born and 19 Whom the mountain has reared. 20 Thou wilt see him, and, like a woman, thou wilt rejoice. 21 Heroes will kiss his feet. 22 Thou wilt spare him and wilt endeavor. 23 To lead him to me. 24 He slept and saw another. 25 Dream, which he reported to his mother. 26 My mother, I have seen another. 27 Dream. My likeness I have seen in the streets. 28 Of Erech, of the plazas. 29 An axe was brandished, and 30 They gathered about him. 31 And the axe made him angry. 32 I saw him and I rejoiced. 33 I loved him as a woman. 34 I embraced him. 35 I took him and regarded him. 36 As my brother. 37 The mother of Gish, who knows all things. 38 Spoke to Gish. 39 O Gish, the man whom thou sawest. 40 Whom thou didst embrace like a woman. Call to. 41 Means that he is to be associated with thee. 42 Gish understood the dream. 43 As Enki, Du, was sitting before the woman. 44 Her loins, he embraced, her vagina, he opened. 45 Enkidu forgot the place where he was born. 46 6 days and 7 nights. 47 Enkidu continued. 48 To cohabit with the courtesan. 49 The woman opened her mouth, and 50 Spoke to Enkidu. 51 Inch I gaze upon thee, O Enkidu, like a god art thou. 52 Why with the cattle? 53 Dost thou roam across the field? 54 Come, let me lead thee. 55 Into Erech, of the plazas. 56 To the holy house, the dwelling of Anu. 57 O Enkidu, arise, let me conduct thee. 58 To Iana, the dwelling of Anu. 59 The place, where Gish is, perfect, in vitality. 60 And thou, like a wife wilt embrace him. 61 Thou wilt love him like thyself. 62 Come, arise from the ground. 63, that is, cursed. 64 He heard her word and accepted her speech. 65 The counsel of the woman. 66 Entered his heart. 67 She stripped off a garment. 68 Clothed him with one. 69 Another garment. 70 She kept on herself. 71 She took hold of his hand. 72 Like a god, she brought him. 73 To the fertile meadow. 74 The place of the sheepfolds. 75 Inches that place they received food. 76 For he, Enkidu, whose birthplace was the mountain. 77 With the gazelles he was accustomed to eat herbs. 78 With the cattle to drink water. 79 With the water beings he was happy. Perhaps one additional line missing. Kernel 3. 81 Milk of the cattle. 82 He was accustomed to suck. 83 Food they placed before him. 84 He broke it off and looked. 85 And gazed. 86 Enkidu had not known. 87 To eat food. 88 To drink wine. 89 He had not been taught. 90 The woman opened her mouth and 91 Spoke to Enkidu. 92 Inch Eat food, O Enkidu. 93 The provender of life. 94 Drink wine, the custom of the land. 95 Enkidu ate food. 96 Till he was satiated. 97 Wine he drank. 98 7 goblets. 99 His spirit was loosened, he became hilarious. 100 His heart became glad and 101 His face shone. 102 The barber, removed. 103 The hair on his body. 104 He was anointed with oil. 105 He became manlike. 106 He put on a garment. 107 He was like a man. 108 He took his weapon. 109 Lions he attacked. 110 So that the night shepherds could rest. 111 He plunged the dagger. 112 Lions he overcame. 113 The great shepherds lay down. 114 Enkidu was their protector. 115 The strong man. 116 The unique hero. 117 To the shepherds, he speaks. About 5 lines missing. Kernel 4. About 8 lines missing. 131 Making merry. 132 He lifted up his eyes. 133 He seized the man. 134 He spoke to the woman. 135 Inch O, courtesan, lure on the man. 136 Why has he come to me? 137 His name I will destroy. 138 The woman called to the man. 139 Who approaches to him and he beholds him. 140 Inch away. Why dost thou quake? 141 Evil is the course of thy activity. 142 Then he opened his mouth and 143 Spoke to Enkidu. 144 Inch, to have a family home. 145 is the destiny of men, and 146 the prerogative of the nobles. 147 For the city, load the workbaskets. 148 Food supply for the city lay to one side. 149 For the king of Erech of the plazas. 150 Open the hymen, perform the marriage act. 151 For Gish, the king of Erech of the plazas. 152 Open the hymen. 153 Perform the marriage act. 154 With the legitimate wife one should cohabit. 155 So before. 156 As well as in the future. 157 By the decree pronounced by a god. 158 From the cutting of his umbilical cord. 159 Such is his fate. 160 At the speech of the hero. 161 His face grew pale. About 3 lines missing. Kernel V. About 6 lines missing. 171 Enkidu went in front. 172 And the courtesan behind him. 173 He entered into Erech of the plazas. 174 The people gathered about him. 175 As he stood in the streets. 176 of Erech of the plazas. 177 the men gathered. 178 saying in regard to him. 179 inch like the form of Gish he has suddenly become. 180 shorter in stature. 181, in his structure high, powerful. 182, overseeing. 183 inches the land strong of power has he become. 184 milk of cattle. 185 he was accustomed to suck. 186 steadily, in Erech. 187 the heroes rejoiced. 188 he became a leader. 189 to the hero of fine appearance. 190 to Gish, like a god. 191 he became a rival to him. 192 for Ishara a couch. 193 was stretched, and 194 Gish, lay down, and afterwards 195 inches the night he fled. 196 he approaches and 197, Enkidu stood, in the streets. 198 he blocked the path. 199 of Gish. 200 at the exhibit of his power. About 3 lines missing. Colonel 6. About 4 lines missing. 208 strong. 209 Gish. 210 against him, Enkidu proceeded. 211, his hair, luxuriant. 212 he started, to go. 213 towards him. 214 they met in the plaza of the district. 215 Enkidu blocked the gate. 216 with his foot. 217 not permitting Gish to enter. 218 they seized, each other, like oxen. 219 they fought. 220 the threshold they demolished. 221 the wall they impaired. 222 Gish and Enkidu. 223 seized, each other. 224 like oxen they fought. 225 the threshold they demolished. 226 the wall they impaired. 227 Gish bent. 228 his foot to the ground. 229 his wrath was appeased. 230 his breast was quieted. 231 when his breast was quieted. 232 Enkidu to him. 233 spoke, to Gish. 234 inch as a unique one, thy mother. 235 bore thee. 236 the wild cow of the stall. 237 Nin son. 238 has exalted thy head above men. 239 kingship over men. 240 Enlil has decreed for thee. 241 second tablet. 242 enlarged beyond, the original. 243,240 lines. I.e., paid homage to the meteor. I.e., the heroes of Erech raised me to my feet, or perhaps in the sense of, supported me. I.e., Enkidu. I.e., thy way of life. I.e., the man. I.e., an idiomatic phrase meaning, for all times. I.e., Enkidu became like Gish, godlike. Cf. Colonel 2, 11. He was thrown and therefore vanquished. Epithet given to Nin son. See the commentary to the line. Commentary on the Pennsylvania tablet. The verb tibu with pasaru expresses the aim of Gish to secure an interpretation for his dream. This disposes of Langdon's note 1 on page 211 of his edition, in which he also erroneously speaks of our text as late. Pasaru is not a variant of Sakaru. Both verbs occur just as here in the Assyrian version I, 5, 25. Ina sat musicia, in this my night, i.e., in the course of this night of mine. A curious way of putting it, but the expression occurs also in the Assyrian version, e.g., I, 5, 26, parallel passage to ours, and 2, 4a, 14. In the Yale tablet we find, similarly, Muesaika, L, 262, thy night, i.e., at night to thee. Before Langdon put down the strange statement of Gish, wandering about in the midst of omens, misreading Iditatim for it lutim, he might have asked himself the question, what it could possibly mean. How can one walk among omens? Kakabusmi must be taken as a compound term for starry heaven. The parallel passage in the Assyrian version, tablet I, 5, 27, has the ideograph for star, with the plural sign as a variant. Literally, therefore, the starry heaven, or the stars in heaven, was there, etc. Langdon's note 2 on page 211 rests on an erroneous reading. Kiru sa anim, mass of Anu, appears to be the designation of a meteor, which might well be described as a mass, coming from Anu, i.e., from the god of heaven who becomes the personification of the heavens in general. In the Assyrian version, I, 5, 28, we have Kima Kyaru, i.e., something like a mass of heaven. Note also I, 3, 16, where in a description of Gilgamesh, his strength is said to be strong like a mass, i.e., a meteor, of heaven. For Nesesu ul-Ilt we have a parallel in the Hebrew phrase, Isaiah 1, 14. Uruk Madam, as the designation for the district of Erech, occurs in the Assyrian version, e.g., I, 5, 31, and 4, 2, 38, also to be supplied, 6, 23. For pair the parallel in the Assyrian version has Izzaaz, I, 5, 31, but 6, 197, we find Paru and Pare. Me and D does not mean, truly, as Langdon translates, but someone. It occurs also in the Assyrian version X, 1, 13, me and D ma nu, this is someone who, etc. Cf. Assyrian version I, 5, 3, and 4, 4, 7, Ina Iri Alad, both passages referring to Enkidu. Cf. Assyrian version 2, 3b, 38, with Mok, kings, as a synonym of Itlutum. Tatarias su from Taru, direct, guide, etc. I take Ustianima as 3, 2, from Isenu, the verb underlying situ, sleep, and satu, dream. Cf. Assyrian version I, 6, 21, a complete parallel. Uruk Rebaitim, the standing phrase in both tablets of the Old Babylonian version, for which in the Assyrian version we have Uruk Superiori. The former term suggests the broad space outside of the city or the common, in a village community, while Supuri, enclosed, would refer to the city within the walls. Drive W.F. Albright, in a private communication, suggests Erech of the plazas as a suitable translation for Uruk Ribidim. A third term, Uruk Madam, see above, note to line 10, though designating rather the district of which Erech was the capital, appears to be used as a synonym to Uruk Ribidim, as may be concluded from the phrase Ina Rebaitum Matiae, L. 214 of the Pennsylvania tablet, which clearly means the plaza of the city. One naturally thinks of in Genesis 10, 11, the equivalent of Babylonian Rebai tu Ali, which can hardly be the name of a city. It appears to be a gloss, as is at the end of v12. The latter gloss is misplaced, since it clearly describes Nineveh, mentioned in v11. Inasmuch as immediately follows the mention of Nineveh, it seems simplest to take the phrase as designating the outside, or suburbs, of the city, a complete parallel, therefore, to Rebai tu Madi in our text. Nineveh, together with the suburbs, forms the great city. Uruk Ribidim is, therefore, a designation for Greater Erech, proper to a capital city, which by its gradual growth would take in more than its original confines. Erech of the plazas must have come to be used as an honorific designation of this important center as early as 2000 BC. Whereas later, perhaps because of its decline, the epithet no longer seemed appropriate and was replaced by the more modest designation of Walled Erech, with an allusion to the tradition which ascribed the building of the wall of the city to Gilgamesh. At all events, all three expressions, Erech of the plazas, Erech walled, and Erech land, are to be regarded as synonymous. The position once held by Erech follows also from its ideographic designation, Bruno no. 4796, by the sign house, with a gunnified extension, which conveys the idea of yunu equals subtu, or dwelling, par excellence. The pronunciation anug or anuk, see the gloss yunu VR 23, 8a, composed of yunu, dwelling, and ki, place, is hardly to be regarded as older than Uruk, which is to be resolved into uru, city, and ki, place. But rather as a play upon the name, both yunu plus ki and uru plus ki conveying the same idea of the city or the dwelling place par excellence. As the seat of the second oldest dynasty according to Babylonian traditions, see Poble's list in Historical and Grammatical Texts No. 2, Erech no doubt was regarded as having been at one time the city, i.e., the capital of the entire Euphrates Valley. A difficult line for which Langdon proposes the translation, another axe seemed his visage. Which may be picturesque, but hardly a description befitting a hero. How can a man's face seem to be an axe? Langdon attaches sani in the sense of second to the preceding word axe, whereas sani bunusu, change of his countenance, or his countenance being changed, is to be taken as a phrase to convey the idea of being disturbed, displeased, or angry. The phrase is of the same kind as the well-known sunamu, changing of reason, to denote insanity. See the passages in Musarnalt, Assyrian Dictionary, pages 355 and 1068. In Hebrew, too, we have the same two phrases, e.g. Isam, 21:14 equals PS, 34:1, and he changed his reason, i.e., feigned insanity, and Job 14:20, changing his face, to indicate a radical alteration in the frame of mind. There is a still closer parallel in Biblical Aramaic, Dan 3:19, the form of his visage was changed, meaning, he was enraged. Fortunately, the same phrase occurs also in the Yale tablet, L. 192, Nuyu Biyunusu, in a connection which leaves no doubt that the aroused fury of the tyrant Uwawa is described by it. Uwawa heard and his face was changed. Precisely, therefore. As we should say, following biblical usage, his countenance fell. Cf. also the phrase Panusu Arpu, his countenance was darkened, Assyrian version I, 2:48, to express anger. The line, therefore, in the Pennsylvania tablet must describe Enkidu's anger. With the brandishing of the axe the hero's anger was also stirred up. The touch was added to prepare us for the continuation in which Gish describes how, despite this, or perhaps just because of it, Enkidu seemed so attractive that Gish instantly fell in love with him. May perhaps the emphatic form Inuma, line 31, against Ainu, line 29, have been used to indicate the axe it was, or because of the axe. It would be worthwhile to examine other texts of the Hammurabi period with a view of determining the scope in the use and meaning of the emphatic ma when added to a substantive. The combination amur u adadu occurs also in the Elamarna letters, number 18, 12. In view of the common Hebrew, Syriac and Arabic, to love, it seems preferable to read here, as in the other passages in the Assyrian versions, 4:15, 4:35. 6:27, etc., Abuab, Ibubu, etc., instead of with P, and to render embrace. -40, completing the column, may be supplied from the Assyrian version I, 6:30-32, in conjunction with lines 33-34 of our text. The beginning of line 32 in Jensen's version is therefore to be filled out, Taram su ki, I. The restoration at the beginning of this line. Enki-duwa, sib ma'ar ariamtim. Enables us to restore also the beginning of the second tablet of the Assyrian version, cf. The colophon of the fragment 81, 7-27, 93, in Jeremias, is to Barnimrod, plate 4 equals Jensen. Dnkidu wasabi, Morris A. The restoration of this line is largely conjectural, based on the supposition that its contents correspond in a general way to I, 4:16, of the Assyrian version. The reading data is quite certain, as is also IPTI-E. And since both words occur in the line of the Assyrian version in question, it is tempting to supply at the beginning UR-SA, equals, her loins, cf. Holma, Nomander corportile, etc., which is likewise found in the same line of the Assyrian version. At all events the line describes the fascination exercised upon Enkidu by the woman's bodily charms, which make him forget everything else. -47 form a parallel to I, 4:21, of the Assyrian version. The form Samkatu, courtesan, is constant in the Old Babylonian version, LL 135 and 172, as against Amatu in the Assyrian version, I, 3, 19, 40, 45, 4, 16, which also uses the plural Samati, 2, 3b, 40. The interchange between and k is not without precedent. Cf. Meissner, Old Babylonian's Privatract, page 107, note 2, and more particularly Kiera, List of Personal Names, page 37. In view of the evidence, set forth in the introduction, for the assumption that the Enkidu story has been combined with a tale of the evolution of primitive man to civilized life, it is reasonable to suggest that in the original Enkidu story the female companion was called Samkatu, courtesan, whereas in the tale of the primitive man, which was transferred to Enkidu, the associate was Arimtu, a woman. Just as in the Genesis tale, the companion of Adam is simply called Isha, woman. Note that in the Assyrian parallel, Tablet I, 4:26, we have two readings, IRI, imperf, and a variant IRI, present. The former is the better reading, as our tablet shows. -59 run parallel to the Assyrian version I, 4:33-38, with slight variations which have been discussed above, and from which we may conclude that the Assyrian version represents an independent redaction. Since in our tablet we have presumably the repetition of what may have been in part at least set forth in the first tablet of the Old Babylonian version, we must not press the parallelism with the first tablet of the Assyrian version too far. But it is noticeable nevertheless, 1. That our tablet contains lines 57-58 which are not represented in the Assyrian version, and, 2. That the second speech of the woman, beginning, line 62, with al-ka, come, just as the first speech, line 54, is likewise not found in the first tablet of the Assyrian version, which on the other hand contains a line, 39, not in the Babylonian version, besides the detailed answer of Enkidu, I4, 42-5, 5. Line 6, which reads, Enkidu and the woman went, Liku, to Wald Erech, is also not found in the second tablet of the Old Babylonian version. For Magru, accursed, see the frequent use in astrological texts, Jastrow, Religion Babylonians und Assyrians 2, page 450, note 2. Langdon, by his strange error in separating Ma-a-Jiriim into two words Ma-a-k and Riim, with a still stranger rendering, unto the place yonder of the shepherds, naturally misses the point of this important speech. Corresponds to I, 4:40, of the Assyrian version, which has an additional line, leading to the answer of Enkidu. From here on, our tablet furnishes material not represented in the Assyrian version, but which was no doubt included in the second tablet of that version of which we have only a few fragments. Must be interpreted as indicating that the woman kept one garment for herself. Italbas would accordingly mean, she kept on. The female dress appears to have consisted of an upper and a lower garment. The restoration, like a god, is favored by, where Enkidu is likened to a god, and is further confirmed by L. 190. Gupru is identical with Guupri, Thompson, Reports of the Magicians and Astrologers, etc., 223 Rev 2 and 223a Rev 8, and must be correlated to Jipperu, Mus Arnault, Assyrian Dictionary, A, Planted Field, Meadow, and the like. Thompson's translation, men, as though a synonym of Gabro, is to be corrected accordingly. There is nothing missing between Asar and Tarbiaim. Riayu, which Langdon renders shepherd, is the equivalent of the Arabic rai and Hebrew pasturage, fodder. We have usually the feminine form Riai-2, Mus Arnault, Assyrian Dictionary, B. The break at the end of the second column is not serious. Evidently Enkidu, still accustomed to live like an animal, is first led to the sheepfolds, and this suggests a repetition of the description of his former life. Of the 4 or 5 lines missing, we may conjecturally restore 4, on the basis of the Assyrian version, Tablet I, 4, 2-5, or I, 2, 39-41. This would then join on well to the beginning of column 3. Both here and in our text has Namas Tee, as against Namas Si in the Assyrian version, e.g., Tablet I, 2, 41, 4, 5, etc., the feminine form, therefore, as against the masculine. Langdon's note 3 on page 213 is misleading. In astrological texts we also find namaste, e.g., Thompson, reports of the magicians and astrologers, etc., number 200, obv. 2. Zimaat, for simit, Bali is not conformity of life, as Langdon renders, but that which belongs to life, like simat pagri sa, belonging to her body, in the Assyrian version 3, 2a, 3, Jensen, page 146. Food, says the woman, is the staff of life. Langdon's strange rendering of the conditions and fate of the land rests upon an erroneous reading. See the corrections, Appendix I, which is the more inexcusable because in line 97 the same ideogram, cas equals sakaru, wine, occurs. And is correctly rendered by him. Simti mati is not the fate of the land, but the fixed custom of the land. Aamiim, plural of amu, which Langdon takes as an adverb in the sense of times, is a well-known word for a large goblet, which occurs in incantation texts, e.g., CT 16, 24, obv. 1, 19, mi aame su puk, pour out goblets of water. Line 18 of the passage shoves that amu is a Sumerian loan word. It tapsar, too, from pasaru, loosen. In combination with cabtatum, from cabitatum, yielding two forms, cabtatum, by elision of and kabitu, by elision of liver, pasaru has the force of becoming cheerful. Cf. kabit taki litpasar, zav, line 14. Note the customary combination of liver, cabtatum, and heart, libu, for disposition, and mind, just as in the standing phrase in penitential prayers, may thy liver be appeased, thy heart be quieted. The restoration, lusu, I equals galabu, barber, delitsk, sumer. Glosser, was suggested to me by Dr. H. F. Lutz. The ideographic writing, raising the hand, is interesting as recalling the gesture of shaving or cutting. Cf. A reference to a barber in Lutz, early Babylonian letters from Larsa, number 109, 6. Langdon has correctly rendered uru as hair, and has seen that we have here a loanword from the Sumerian sur equals kimitu, hair, according to the syllabary SB 357, cf. Delitsk, Sumer. Glosser, For kimitu, hair, more specifically hair of the head and face, see Holma, Namen der Korportile, page 3. The same sign sur or su, Bruno number 8615, with lal, i.e., hanging hair, designates the beard, zenu, cf. Bruno, no. 8620, and Holma, L. C, and it is interesting to note that we have uru, introduced as a loanword, for the barbershop, according to 2R, 21, 27C, equals CT 12, 41. Sur, Ra, i.e., house of the hair, equals Suyuru. In view of all this, we may regard as assured Holma's conjecture to read Su-Irma Su, in the list 93074 obv. MVAG 1904, and Holma, Beitridge Z. Assur. Lexicon, as the Akkadian equivalent to Surmase in the name of a fish, so called because it appeared to have a double beard, cf. Holma, Namen der Korportile. One is tempted, furthermore, to see in the difficult word, Isaiah 7, 20, a loan word from our Uru, and to take the words, the head and hair of the feet, euphemistic for the hair around the privates, as an explanatory gloss to the rare word for hair of the body in general, just as in the passage in the Pennsylvania tablet. The verse in Isaiah would then read, "The Lord on that day will shave with the razor the hair, and even the beard will be removed." The rest of the verse would represent a series of explanatory glosses. A. Beyond the river, i.e. Assyria, a gloss to, B. With the king of Assyria, a gloss to, with a razor, and C. The hair of the head and hair of the feet, a gloss to. For hair of the feet, we have an interesting equivalent in Babylonian Suur and Suyur, Sipi, CT 12, 41, 23-24 CD. Cf. Also Boissier, documents Assyrians relatives aux presages, 4-5. The Babylonian phrase is like the Hebrew one to be interpreted as a euphemism for the hair around the male or female organ. To be sure, the change from to in constitutes an objection, but not a serious one in the case of a loan word, which would aim to give the pronunciation of the original word, rather than the correct etymological equivalent. The writing with aspirated fulfills this condition. Cf. Samkadam and Amadam, above. The passage in Isaiah being a reference to Assyria, the prophet might be tempted to use a foreign word to make his point more emphatic. To take as hired, as has hitherto been done, and to translate, with a hired razor, is not only to suppose a very wooden metaphor, but is grammatically difficult. Since would be a feminine adjective attached to a masculine substantive. Coming back to our passage in the Pennsylvania tablet, it is to be noted that Enkidu is described as covered all over his body with hair, Assyrian version, tablet I, 2, 36, like an animal. To convert him into a civilized man, the hair is removed. Muta does not mean husband here, as Langdon supposes, but must be taken as in the more general sense of man, for which there is good evidence. Labai, plural form, are lions, not panthers, as Langdon has it. The verb ujare is from geru, to attack. Langdon by separating u from gre gets a totally wrong and indeed absurd meaning. See the corrections in the appendix. He takes the sign u for the copula, which of course is impossible. Read Ussakpu, 3:1, of Sakapu, which is frequently used for lying down, and is in fact a synonym of alu. See Musarnalt, Assyrian Dictionary, page 758a. The original has very clearly sib equals riu, shepherd, with the plural sign. The shepherds of the night, who could now rest since Enkidu had killed the lions, are of course the shepherds who were accustomed to watch the flocks during the night. Ut tap payas is to napesu, to make a hole, hence, to plunge, in connection with a weapon. Sibieri is, of course, not mountain goats, as Langdon renders, but a biform to sibru, stick, and designates some special weapon. Since on seal cylinders depicting Enkidu killing lions and other animals the hero is armed with a dagger, this is presumably the weapon Sabaru. Langdon's translation is again out of the question and purely fanciful. The traces favor the restoration Naki-D, shepherds, and since the line appears to be a parallel to line 110, I venture to suggest at the beginning, iti, lu from na-lu, lie down, a synonym, therefore, to Sakapu in line 110. The shepherds can sleep quietly after Enkidu has become the guardian of the flocks. In the Assyrian version, tablet 2, 3a, for Enkidu is called a na-kid, shepherd, and in the preceding line we likewise have lunakid with the plural sign, i.e. shepherds. This would point to Nakidu being a Sumerian loanword, unless it is vice versa, a word that has gone over into the Sumerian from Akkadian. Is perhaps the fragment in question, K 8574, in the Assyrian version, Hopp's edition no. 25, the parallel to our passage? If in line 4 of this fragment we could read Su for sa, i.e., Nakid Sunu, their shepherd, we would have a parallel to line 114 of the Pennsylvania tablet, with Nakid as a synonym to Maru, protector. The preceding line would then be completed as follows. Itialu, nimma nakidmes, arabutum. Or perhaps only itialuma, since the nim is not certain, and would correspond to of the Pennsylvania tablet. Inasmuch as the writing on the tiny fragment is very much blurred, it is quite possible that in line 2 we must read Sibieri, instead of Barbieri, which would furnish a parallel to line 111 of the Pennsylvania tablet. The difference between bar and sib is slight, and the one sign might easily be mistaken for the other in the case of close writing. The continuation of line 2 of the fragment would then correspond to line 112 of the Pennsylvania tablet, while line 1 of the fragment might be completed, re uti? Sa, muasiatim, though this is by no means certain. The break at the close of column 3, about 5 lines, and the top of column 4, about 8 lines, is a most serious interruption in the narrative, and makes it difficult to pick up the thread where the tablet again becomes readable. We cannot be certain whether the strong man, the unique hero, who addresses someone, lines 115 to 117, is Enkidu or Gish or some other personage, but presumably Gish is meant. In the Assyrian version, tablet I, 3, 2 and 29, we find Gilgamesh described as the unique hero, An-in-el. 234 of the Pennsylvania tablet Gish is called unique, while again, in the Assyrian version, tablet I, 2, 15 and 26, he is designated as Jastrow as in our text. Assuming this, whom does he address? Perhaps the shepherds? In either case he receives an answer that rejoices him. If the fragment of the Assyrian version, K 8574, above discussed is the equivalent to the close of column 3 of the Pennsylvania tablet, we may go one step further. And with some measure of assurance assume that Gish is told of Enkidu's exploits and that the latter is approaching Erech. This pleases Gish, but Enkidu, when he sees Gish, is stirred to anger and wants to annihilate him. At this point, the man, who is probably Gish, though the possibility of a third personage must be admitted, intervenes and in a long speech sets forth the destiny and higher aims of mankind. The contrast between Enkidu and Gish, or the third party, is that between the primitive savage and the civilized being. The contrast is put in the form of an opposition between the two. The primitive man is the stronger and wishes to destroy the one whom he regards as a natural foe and rival. On the other hand, the one who stands on a higher plane wants to lift his fellow up. The whole of column 4, therefore, forms part of the lesson attached to the story of Enkidu, who, identified with man in a primitive stage, is made the medium of illustrating how the higher plane is reached through the guiding influences of the woman's hold on man, an influence exercised, to be sure, with the help of her bodily charms. UKKSI, imperative form, does not mean, take away, as Langdon, who entirely misses the point of the whole passage, renders, but on the contrary, lure him on, entrap him, and the like. The verb occurs also in the Yale tablet, LL 183 and 186. Langdon's note to Luasu had better be passed over in silence. The form is 2. 1. From Asu, destroy. Since the man whom the woman calls approaches Enkidu, the subject of both verbs is the man, and the object is Enkidu, i.e. Therefore, the man approaches Enkidu and beholds him. Langdon's interpretation of this line again is purely fanciful. Edal cannot, of course, be a phonetic variant of Eder. And certainly the line does not describe the state of mind of the woman. Lines 140 to 141 are to be taken as an expression of amazement at Enkidu's appearance. The first word appears to be an imperative in the sense of to be off, away, from dalu, move, roam. The second word ees, y, occurs with the same verb dalu in the Meissner fragment, ees tadal, column 3, 1, why dost thou roam about? The verb at the end of the line may perhaps be completed to ta'il liam. The last sign appears to be am, but may be ma, in which case we should have to complete simply ta'il ma. Tal would be the second person present of lu. Cf. IIL, frequently in astrological texts, e.g., Virilode, Adad number 3, lines 21 and 33. The reading limnu at the beginning, instead of Langdon's minu, is quite certain, as is also Manaitii ka instead of what Langdon proposes, which gives no sense whatever. Manatu in the sense of the toil and activity of life, like throughout the book of Ecclesiastes, occurs in the introductory lines to the Assyrian version of the epic I, 1, 8, Kalu Manaitii Su, all of his toil, i.e. all of his career. The subject of the verb cannot be the woman, as Langdon supposes, for the text in that case, e.g., line 49, would have said Pi-sa, her mouth, not Pi-su, his mouth. The long speech, detailing the function and destiny of civilized man, is placed in the mouth of the man who meets Enkidu. In the introduction it has been pointed out that and of the speech appear to be due to later modifications of the speech designed to connect the episode with Gish. Assuming this to be the case, the speech sets forth the following 5 distinct aims of human life. 1. Establishing a home, line 144, 2. Work, line 147, 3. Storing up resources, line 148, 4. Marriage, line 150, 5. Monogamy, line 154. All of which is put down as established for all time by divine decree, lines 155 to 157, and as man's fate from his birth, lines 158 to 159. Biti is emuti is for bdsa emuti, just as abluas tiamati, Assyrian creation myth, for 65, stands for ablusa tiamti. Cf. bit emuti, Assyrian version, for 2, 46 and 48. The end of the line is lost beyond recovery, but the general sense is clear. 2ar is a possible reading. It may be the constructive 2ru, of frequent occurrence in legal texts and having some such meaning as right, claim, or prerogative. See the passages given by Mus Arnault, Assyrian Dictionary, b. The reading ukelaat, food, and then in the wider sense, food supply, provisions, is quite certain. The fourth sign looks like the one for city. Emi-sa may stand for emid-sa, place it. The general sense of the line, at all events, is clear, as giving the advice to gather resources. It fits in with the Babylonian outlook on life to regard work and wealth as the fruits of work and as a proper purpose in life. Repeated -153, is a puzzling line. To render pity puk epsi, or epicy, as Langdon proposes, open, addressing thy speech, is philologically and in every other respect inadmissible. The word puuk, which Langdon takes for thy mouth, can, of course, be nothing but the construct form of puku, which occurs in the Assyrian version in the sense of net, puk kui, 2, 9 and 21. And also in the colophon to the 11th tablet furnishing the beginning of the 12th tablet, Hopp's edition no. 56, as well as in column 2, 29, and column 3, 6, of this 12th tablet. In the two last named passages puku is a synonym of meku, which from the general meaning of enclosure, comes to be a euphemistic expression for the female organ. So, for example, in the Assyrian creation myth, tablet 4, 66, synonym of ablu, waist, etc. See Holma, Namen der Corportile, page 158. Our word puku must be taken in this same sense as a designation of the female organ, perhaps more specifically the hymen as the net, though the womb in general might also be designated as a net or enclosure. Kak-si is no doubt to be read epsi, as Langdon correctly saw, or perhaps better, epicy. An expression like ipsi su lula, Assyrian version, I, 4, 13. Also line 19, ipu asuma lula, with the explanation cyper zinisti, the work of woman, i.e., after the fashion of woman, shows that episu is used in connection with the sexual act. The phrase piti puk epici a na aari, literally, open the net, perform the act for marriage, therefore designates the fulfillment of the marriage act. And the line is intended to point to marriage with the accompanying sexual intercourse as one of the duties of man. While the general meaning is thus clear, the introduction of gish is puzzling, except on the supposition that lines 149 and 151 represent later additions to connect the speech, detailing the advance to civilized life, with the hero. See above, seek. Asit Samadam is the legitimate wife, and the line inculcates monogamy as against promiscuous sexual intercourse. We know that monogamy was the rule in Babylonia, though a man could in addition to the wife recognized as the legalized spouse take a concubine, or his wife could give her husband a slave as a concubine. Even in that case, according to the Hammurabi Code, sections 145 through 146, the wife retained her status. The code throughout assumes that a man has only one wife, the asit samadam of our text. The phrase, so, or, that, before, as afterwards, is to be taken as an idiomatic expression, so it was and so it should be for all times, somewhat like the phrase Mariam u Arkayam, for all times, in legal documents, CT 8, 38c, 22-23. For the use of Mook C. Barons, Assyrisch Babylonisch Brief. Ina by ti abuan natiasu. Another puzzling line, for which Langdon proposes, in the work of his presence, which is as obscure as the original. In a note he says that apanati means nostrils, which is certainly wrong. There has been considerable discussion about this term, see Holma, Namen der Corportile, pages 150 and 157, the meaning of which has been advanced by Christian's discussion in OLZ 1914. From this it appears that it must designate a part of the body which could acquire a wider significance so as to be used as a synonym for totality, since it appears in a list of equivalent for dur equals naparu, totality, kaluma, all. Abuanatum eimtum, bony structure, and kulatum, totality, CT 12, 10, 7-10. Christian shows that it may be the navel, which could well acquire a wider significance for the body in general. But we may go a step further and specify the umbilical cord, tentatively suggested also by Christian, as the primary meaning, then the navel, and from this the body, in general. The structure of the umbilical cord as a series of strands would account for designating it by a plural form abenati, as also for the fact that one could speak of a right and left side of the abenati. To distinguish between the umbilical cord and the navel, the ideograph dur, the common meaning of which is riksu, bond, delitsk, sumer. Glosser. Was used for the former, while for the latter li dur was employed, though the reading in Akkadian in both cases was the same. The expression, with, or at, the cutting of his umbilical cord, would mean, therefore, from his birth, since the cutting of the cord which united the child with the mother marks the beginning of the separate life. Lines 158 to 159, therefore, in concluding the address to Enkidu, emphasize in a picturesque way that what has been set forth is man's fate for which he has been destined from birth. See now Albright's remarks on Abenatu in the Review d'Assyriology 16, pages 173 to 175, with whose conclusion, however, that it means primarily backbone, and then stature, I cannot agree. In the break of about 3 lines at the bottom of column 4, and of about 6 at the beginning of column 5, there must have been set forth the effect of the address on Enkidu and the indication of his readiness to accept the advice. As in a former passage, line 64, Enkidu showed himself willing to follow the woman. At all events the two now proceed to the heart of the city. Enkidu is in front and the woman behind him. The scene up to this point must have taken place outside of Erech, in the suburbs or approaches to the city, where the meadows and the sheepfolds were situated. Manuam are not the artisans, as Langdon supposes, but the people of Erech, just as in the Assyrian version, tablet 4, 1, 40, where the word occurs in connection with idip payir, which is perhaps to be taken as a synonym of paru. Gather. So also idip pir, tablet I, 2, 40, gathers with the flock. Minus 182 must have contained the description of Enkidu's resemblance to Gish, but the lines are too mutilated to permit of any certain restoration. See the corrections, appendix, for a suggested reading for the end of line 181. Can be restored with considerable probability on the basis of the Assyrian version, tablet I, 3, 3 and 30, where Enkidu is described as one whose power is strong in the land. Minus 187. The puzzling word, to be read apparently kakiatum, can hardly mean weapons, as Langdon proposes. In that case we should expect kaka. And, moreover, to so render gives no sense, especially since the verb utlilu is without much question to be rendered rejoiced and not purified. Kakiatum, if this be the correct reading, may be a designation of Erech like Ribidim. Minus 189 are again entirely misunderstood by Langdon, owing to erroneous readings. See the corrections in the appendix. Iliam in this line is used like Hebrew Elohim, God. Sakism equals Sakinsum, as correctly explained by Langdon. With this line a new episode begins which, owing to the gap at the beginning of column 6, is somewhat obscure. The episode leads to the hostile encounter between Gish and Enkidu. It is referred to in column 2 of the 4th tablet of the Assyrian version. Lines 35 to 50, all that is preserved of this column, form in part a parallel to columns 5 to 6 of the Pennsylvania tablet, but in much briefer form. Since what on the Pennsylvania tablet is the incident itself is on the 4th tablet of the Assyrian version merely a repeated summary of the relationship between the two heroes, leading up to the expedition against Baba. Lines 38 to 40 of column 2 of the Assyrian version correspond to lines 174 to 177 of the Pennsylvania tablet, and lines 44 to 50 to lines 192 to 221. It would seem that Gish proceeds stealthily at night to go to the goddess Ashara, who lies on a couch in the Bit Amuti, The Family House, Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 2. 46-48. He encounters Enkidu in the street, and the latter blocks Gish's path, puts his foot in the gate leading to the house where the goddess is, and thus prevents Gish from entering. Thereupon the two have a fierce encounter in which Gish is worsted. The meaning of the episode itself is not clear. Does Enkidu propose to deprive Gish, here viewed as a god, cf. Line 190 of the Pennsylvania tablet equals Assyrian version, tablet I, 4, 45, like a god, of his spouse, the goddess Ashara, another form of Ishtar? Or are the two heroes, the one a counterpart of the other, contesting for the possession of a goddess? Is it in this scene that Enkidu becomes the rival, Miaru, line 191 of the Pennsylvania tablet, of the divine Gish? We must content ourselves with having obtained through the Pennsylvania tablet a clearer indication of the occasion of the fight between the two heroes, and leave the further explanation of the episode till a fortunate chance may throw additional light upon it. There is perhaps a reference to the episode in the Assyrian version, Tablet 2, 3b, 35-36. For Inagsam, from Nagasu, Langdon proposes the purely fanciful, embracing her in sleep, whereas it clearly means, he approaches. Cf. Mus Arnault, Assyrian Dictionary, page 645a. -200 appear to correspond to Tablet 4, 2, 35-37, of the Assyrian version, though not forming a complete parallel. We may therefore supply at the beginning of line 35 of the Assyrian version, Idis's, Enkidu, corresponding to line 197 of the Pennsylvania tablet. Line 36 of 4, 2, certainly appears to correspond to line 200, Danuti equals Danaisu. The first sign looks more like Sar, though UR is possible. Is clearly a description of Enkidu, as is shown by a comparison with the Assyrian version I, 2, 37, Pi, Tiaik Pyrt Su Utanabe Kima Dinadaba, the form of his hair sprouted like wheat. We must therefore supply Enkidu in the preceding line. Tablet 4, 4, 6, of the Assyrian version also contains a reference to the flowing hair of Enkidu. For the completion of the line cf. Harper, Assyrian and Babylonian letters, number 214. For Ribita Mati see the note above to line 28 of column 1. -217 correspond almost entirely to the Assyrian version 4, 2, 46-48. The variations Ki-Bisu in place of Sipu, and Kima Lim, like oxen, instead of Ina Bab Amuti, repeated from line 46, Ana Surubi for Arabam, are slight though interesting. The Assyrian version shows that the gate in line 215 is the gate of the family house, in which the goddess Ashara lies. -228. The detailed description of the fight between the two heroes is only partially preserved in the Assyrian version. Li-im is evidently to be taken as plural here as in, just as Su-im, lines 27 and 175, Rebaitim, lines 4, 28, etc., Tarbaim, line 74, Amim, line 98, are plural forms. Our text furnishes, as does also the Yale tablet, an interesting illustration of the vacillation in the Hammurabi period in the twofold use of im, a, as an indication of the plural, as in Hebrew, and b, as a mere emphatic ending, lines 63, 73, and 232, which becomes predominant in the post-Hammurabi age. Gilgamesh is often represented on seal cylinders as kneeling, e.g., Ward seal cylinders numbers 159, 160, 165. Cf. also Assyrian version v. 3, 6, where Gilgamesh is described as kneeling, though here in prayer. See further the commentary to the Yale tablet, line 215. We must of course read Uziziesu, his anger, and not Uesu, his javelin, as Langdon does, which gives no sense. Langdon's note is erroneous. He again misses the point. The stem of the verb here as in, "ainii," is the common nu, used so constantly in connection with pa, to designate the cessation of anger. Isin applied to Gish designates him of course as unique, not as an ordinary man, as Langdon supposes. On this title, Wild Cow of the Stall, for Neen's son, see Pobel in OLZ 1914, page 6, to whom we owe the correct view regarding the name of Gilgamesh's mother. Muti here cannot mean husband, but man, in general. See above note to line 107. Langdon's strange misreading Re-S-Su for Re-S-Ka, thy head, leads him again to miss the point, namely that Enkidu comforts his rival by telling him that he is destined for a career above that of the ordinary man. He is to be more than a mere prize fighter, he is to be a king, and no doubt in the ancient sense, as the representative of the deity. This is indicated by the statement that the kingship is decreed for him by Enlil. Similarly, Baba or Uwawa is designated by Enlil to inspire terror among men, Assyrian version, tablet 4, 5, 2 and 5, Isim Su D Enlil equals Yale tablet, L, 137, where this is to be supplied. This position accorded to Enlil is an important index for the origin of the epic, which is thus shown to date from a period when the patron deity of Nippur was acknowledged as the general head of the pantheon. This justifies us in going back several centuries at least before Hammurabi for the beginning of the Gilgamesh story. If it had originated in the Hammurabi period, we should have had Marduk introduced instead of Enlil. As has been pointed out in the corrections to the text, appendix, Su-Tu-Ur can only be 3, 1, from Ataru, to be in excess of. It is a pity that the balance of the line is broken off, since this is the first instance of a colophon beginning with the term in question. In some way Sutter must indicate that the copy of the text has been enlarged. It is tempting to fill out the line Su-Tu-Ur Eli, Dupi Labri, and to render, enlarged from an original, as an indication of an independent recension of the epic in the Hammurabi period. All this, however, is purely conjectural, and we must patiently hope for more tablets of the Old Babylonian version to turn up. The chances are that some portions of the same edition as the Yale and Pennsylvania tablets are in the hands of dealers at present or have been sold to European museums. The war has seriously interfered with the possibility of tracing the whereabouts of groups of tablets that ought never to have been separated. Yale tablet. Transliteration. About 10 lines missing. Colonel I. 11, IB, Re. 12, Mi-Ma, SA. Kutu Wa. AK Rum. 13, Am-Minim, TSI. 14, Anni, AM, Epi, SAM. 15, Mi-Im, Ma Kutu, Ma. 16D, is. 17, Am-Mi, Nim, Ta, SI. 18, UR. Tadu, Anaki, Estim. 19 Asipur Amit dash, Tasu, Uina, Nis. 20 It, Ta, as Suyuma. 21 Pu, Su Arutam. 22, Astadinu. 23, Bu. 24. About 17 lines missing. 40, Nam dash. 41, Uib dash, Re. 42, Unaidu. 43, Ziak, Ramu dash, Tir, Ru. 44, Ana, Ari dash, I'm, Tim. 45, Pu. Su Ana Sa dash, Ka, Puti. Colonel 2. About 11 lines missing. 57, Su. Mu. 58 Ma, Iram, Sai Su. 59 Suyukan Isum dash, Ma. 60 La, Al, La Ru dash, 2. 61 Mi D dash, Giz Mudiat Kalama. 62 Nama dash, Ardsamas IDSA is SI. 63 SAU. 64 Na An. Dash, Na Am Minim. 65 Ta dash, Azkuan. Ana Maria Lia Bibai La. 66 A dash, Lila Ti Mitsu. 67. About 4 lines missing. 72 Na, Sadn Kidu I'm Lai, D dash, I'm Tam. 73 Il dash, Puut Li, Ibba Su dash, Ma. 74, Zarbus. Ustan I dash, I. 75, Ina Sa Den, Kidu I'm Lai D I'm Tam. 76, Ilpuut, Li Ibba Suma. 77, Zarbus. Ustan I. 78, Jis Utah, a Bil Pan Isu. 79, Izziakaram, Ana Dien Kidu. 80, Iberi Am Minim, Inaka. 81, Imlai Diem, Tam. 82, Ilpuut Li Bibai, Ka. 83, Zarbus Tuusta, Nii. 84, Dien Kidu Paisu Ipusa, Amma. 85 is, Za-Karem, Anajis. 86 Ta, By, Tum Iberi. 87 Ustalipa Danae. 88 Aaa Ir Mama. 89 Mu, Ki Ionias. 90 Jis Paisu Ipus Amma. 91 is, Zekar Am Ana Dien Kidu. About 4 lines missing. Kernel 3. 96, Ad Du, Wawadapainu. 97, Ra-Am. Ma. 98, Ual, Liak. 99, Luyuaradu A Na Kias Ti Say, Izarini. 100, Lam, Albiu. 101, Lias Su. 102, Lu. Uptiasu. 103 Den, Ki, Du Paisu Ipus Amma. 104 is, Zekar Am Anajis. 105 Ma Iberi Ina Sudi, I. 106 Nu Ma at Talaku it Ti Bulim. 107 Na Isan, N, Kaskad Taan Numa at Kias Tum. 108 Edias. Uradu A Na Libias. 109 Uwa, Wariajimasu Abubu. 110 Su, D Biljema. 111 Na, Pi is Su Mutum. 112 Mi Nim Tiasi. 113 Ni, Am Epiasam. 114 Ga-Ba, Alamayar. 115, Su, Pa at Duawa. 116, D, Giz Paisu Ipus Amma. 117, Izziak, Arm. Ana Dien Kidu. 118. Su. Luli Asakiasa. 119, Ina Kias, Tim. 120. 121ik. 122 Ina. 123 Mu Asab, Dawawa. 124 Asinu. 125 at Talu. 126 Na, Ku Lu Dash, Uradu A Na Kias Tim. 127 Den, Ki, Du Paisu Ipu Dash, Sama. 128 is, Zekar Am Ana, Jis. 129 Ki, Ini, Laike, is Tnis. 130 Na Kias Ti Sa Urini. 131 Na, Irsa Jis Mu Dash, Tablu. 132 Da, and La Lilu. 133 Dawawa DPR Dash, USA. 134 Diadad is. 135 Suyu. Kernel 4. 136 As some Suoluem, Ukias Tiarini. 137 Pu, Ul, Iatim 7, Su. Isim Su Dien Lil. 138 Jis Pi Su Ipu, Sama. 139 is, Zekar Am Ana, Dien Kidu. 140 Ma, and Nu Iberi Ilu USA Dash, Ruba. 141 Ibma Tiid Samas Darias U Dash, Misu. 142 We, Lu, Tum Baba Nu Utam USA Dash, Ma. 143 I'm, Ma Sa Itnipu Su Sruba. 144 at, Ta Nanua Ma Tadar Mutam. 145 Ul is Su Dananu Rradu Tiika. 146 Lu, Ul, Li, Ik, Ma Ina Pa Nika. 147 Pi, Ka. Li is Sam Iie Taduar. 148 Sama Am Tayut Sumi Luasias. 149 Jis Miat Ti Duawadapinem. 150 Il. UUT is 2. 151 I, wa, al, dam, ma tarbai a, ina samu. Il. 152 is ayat kama labiu kalama tid. 153 at ku. Il. Pu2 dash, ma. 154, comma. 155, si pi ti. 156, kima ri. Najialas arak ti. 157, tas s, I am tulimian li I bi. 158, gati lu, us kuan ma. 159, lu yuri, bam urini. 160, sumasa, aruu a naku luastai kena. 161, piutuku. Ibiri a na kiaskatim lumue. 162, bilui lias dash, piuku I na marian I. 163, pu2, ku a na kiaskati I muyu. 164 wa, asbiu ustadanu mianu. 165 pa, si is piuku arabutim. 166 sni 3 biltataan is tapku. 167 pa, ari is piuku arabutim. 168 mi, esilitum 2 biltataan. 169 ipru 30 monataan saasina. 170 isid. Pyri 30 monataan uri. 171, d, gizu, dnk dash, do 10 biltataan saknu. 172, ola. Uruk, ki 7 ideal su. 173, is mima a manu ibibire. 174, uste dash. Mi a ina csa uruki rebitim. 175, use. Asu d giz. 176, ina csa. Uruki, rebitim. 177, dnkidu, u, sa abina marisu. 178, kiam, iga, abai. 179. Uruki re, bitim. 180, myarsu. Colonel v. 181 jis sa ija buu lumuyur. 182 sa suam su itanam malamatatum. 183 lu, uk, susuma ina kias tiayarini. 184 ki, madan nu pyruam sa uruki. 185 lu, sas mi matam. 186 ga, ti luas kuan ma lu uk dash, su, sumayarini. 187 suma sru. Enaku luas taknam. 188 sibutam sa uruki rebitim. 189 z, ik, rautru a najis. 190 ii ritiama jis libika nasaika. 191 mi, I'm, ma satetnipu su la tid. 192 ni, mima dawawa se nuyu biunusu. 193 ma, an, nu, ustam, aru. Kaike kisu. 194 a na isan, n, kaskad tae, an numaat kisti. 195 ma, an, nu sa, urare, du a na libi sa. 196 dawawa riajimasu abubu. 197 pi, su di biljima napai su mutum. 198 am, mi nim tasai and niam epi sa. 199 ga, ba, al, lamayar supaat. Dawawa. 200 is mi ma jis zikiar mali dash, ki, su. 201 ip, pa, al, sa, m, ma I a na ib dash, risu. 202 I, na, and na ib dash, ri, kia am, agia by. 203 a, pa, al, asuma a dash, alaike a na kisti. 204, lu, ul dash, likit ti ka a na kias tiayarini. About 5 lines missing. 210, ma. 211 li, ka. 212 ilu, ka li, ka. 213 arana li sa dash, tir ka a na suomi. 214a na kar sa, guruki rebitim. 215 ka, mi, is, ma jis, ma ard samas. 216a, wa, at igaab, busuma. 217a, al, lut akade samas kata dash, ka aabat. 218o, la anu luaslima napai dash, is ti. 219 te, ir, ra, and ni a nakar I dash, na uruki. 220 iil dash, la, m sukuan, a na iasi. 221 is si ma jis ib dash, re. 222 te, ir, ta, su. 223 is. 224 tam. 225. 226 I nu. Dash, ma. About 2 lines missing. Kernel 6. 229, Anaku, Jis, Ayik, Kadi Matam. 230, Arana sa la al dash, Kam, Matiama. 231. Akalu. La, id. 232, Olanu, Luasli dash, Mu, Anaku. 233, Luyudlul, Ka Ina, Uud li Bibai. 234, Su, Uut dash, Ti, Lalika. 235, Luesisib. Ka Ina Kasims. 236, Yunusu. 237, Balems. Uta, Rurabutum. 238, Kaaztum, Uispatum. 239, Ina, Gata is Kunu. 240, Il dash, Te ki pas I. 241, Re is paasu. 242, Ana, Elias enitam. 243, Iti pa. Tar dash, su, Ina sip paisu. 244. Iippu su elakam. 245, Sa, Nish ujarbujis. 246, Ad ma, Ti 2uttr a na libi uruki. 247, Sibu, Tum ikarabusu. 248, Ana, Arani imaliku jis. 249, Lati, Aat kal jis a na e dash, mu, ika. 250, A dash, Kalu suarema urareman ka. 251. Il lik dn kidu ina pa. 252, Ura, war alikarana, na. 253, Ad, Sa kistienaribitim. 254, Sa. D, Uawa kalisu nu sip pi. Su. 255, Sa. Alik, mare tapa usalim. 256, Arana, na, su suare dash, ma urare manaka. 257, Lisaxid, ka ir dash, enita, kad samas. 258, ta, akbayat pi ka li kal lima inaka. 259 li, ip, ti, upadnam pi itam. 260 Arana lias taziak a na kiabiasika. 261 Sada lias taziak a na sapika. 262 mu, Sait ka a at taiduyu. 263 li, ib, la ama di lugal banda lias ziaska. 264 I, na irniti ka. 265 ki, ma I re irnita kama luz mita, da. 266 I, na nari sa dawawase tu emaru. 267 mi, z si pika. 268 I, na bat bati ka I re buartam. 269 lu, ka, a, numi elu ina nadi ka. 270, ka dash, sutim mi a nad samas tanadi. 271, lias, tiasas de lugal banda. 272, dn ki dash, du paisu ipusama. Izziakar a najis. 273, is. 2, tias dan nu epusalakam. 274, lapa, lae libika iati tu ukelan I. 275, Suku dash, un idam supasu. 276, Arana, sa dawawa italaku. 277, Kibai ma te dash, ire, sunu ti. 3 lines missing. Eli. 281. Nammala. 282, Ialiku itie. 283, Biakunu esaim. 284, Ul, la. Nu ina uud liabibai. 285, Ina simii, nia gbasu. 286e, Disarana. Uste dash, ziak. 287a, lik jis lu dash, olik a na pa ika. 288 li, lik ilka. 289 li, sa kalim dash, ka arana. 290 jisu, dn kidu. 291 mu, des. 292 by, re dash, sunu. Translation. About 10 lines missing. Colonel I. 11, my friend. 12, something, that is exceedingly difficult. 13, why, dost thou desire? 14, to do this? 15, something, that is very, difficult. 16, why dost thou, desire? 17, to go down to the forest. 18, a message, they carried, among, men. 19, they carried about. 20, they made a. 21, they brought. 22. 23. About 17 lines missing. 40. 41, my friend. 42, they raised. 43, answer, they returned. 44, to, the woman. 45, they proceeded to the overthrowing. Colonel 2. About 11 lines missing. 57, name. 58, the one who is, a rival, to him. 59, subdue and. 60, wailing. 61, the mother, of Gish, who knows everything. 62, before, Shamash raised her hand. 63, who. 64, now. Why? 65, hast thou stirred up the heart for my son? 66, restlessness imposed upon him? 67. About 4 lines missing. 72, the eyes, of Enkidu filled with tears. 73, he clutched, his heart. 74, sadly, he sighed. 75, the eyes of Enkidu filled with tears. 76, he clutched, his heart. 77, sadly, he sighed. 78, the face, of Gish was grieved. 79, he spoke, to Enkidu. 80, my friend, why are, thy eyes? 81, filled with tears? 82, thy, heart clutched. 83, dost thou sigh, sadly? 84, Enkidu opened his mouth, and 85, spoke to Gish. 86, inch attacks, my friend. 87, have exhausted my strength? 88, my arms are lame. 89, my strength has become weak. 90, Gish opened his mouth and 91, spoke to Enkidu. About 4 lines missing. Colonel 3. 96, until, Uwawa, the terrible. 97. 98, I destroyed. 99, I will go down to the cedar forest. 100. The jungle. 101, tambourine. 102, I will open it. 103, Enkidu opened his mouth and 104, spoke to Gish. 105, inch no, my friend, in the mountain. 106, when I moved about with the cattle. 107, to a distance of 1 double hour into the heart of the forest. 108, alone. I penetrated within it. 109, to Uwawa, whose roar is a flood. 110, whose mouth is fire. 111, whose breath is death. 112, why dost thou desire? 113, to do this? 114 to advance towards. 115 the dwelling of Uwawa. 116 Gish opened his mouth and 117 spoke to Enkidu. 118 inch. The covering I will destroy. 119 in the forest. 120. 121. 122 to 123 the dwelling of Uwawa. 124 the axe. 125 thou. 126 I will go down to the forest. 127 Enkidu opened his mouth and 128 spoke to Gish. 129 inch when, together, we go down. 130 to the cedar forest. 131 whose guardian, O warrior Gish. 132 a power, without rest. 133 Uwawa, an offspring of. 134 Adad. 135 he. Colonel 4. 136 to keep safe, the cedar forest. 137, Enlil has decreed for it, sevenfold terror. 138 Gish opened his mouth and 139 spoke to Enkidu. 140 inch whoever, my friend, overcomes terror. 141 it is well, for him, with Shamash for the length of his days. 142 mankind will speak of it at the gates. 143 wherever terror is to be faced. 144 thou, forsooth, art in fear of death. 145 thy prowess lacks strength. 146 I will go before thee. 147 though thy mouth calls to me, thou art afraid to approach. 148 if I fall, I will establish my name. 149 Gish, the corpse of Uwawa, the terrible one. 150 has snatched, from the time that 151 my offspring was born in. 152 the lion restrained, thee, all of which thou knowest. 153. 154. Thee and 155, open. 156, like a shepherd. 157, when thou criest to me, thou afflictest my heart. 158 I am determined. 159, to enter, the cedar forest. 160 I will, indeed, establish my name. 161, the work. My friend, to the artisans I will entrust. 162, weapons, let them mold before us. 163, the work, to the artisans they entrusted. 164 a dwelling, they assigned to the workmen. 165 hatchets the masters molded. 166 axes of 3 talents each they molded. 167 lances the masters molded. 168 blades, of 2 talents each. 169 a spear of 30 mina each attached to them. 170 the hilt of the lances of 30 mina in gold. 171 Gish and Enki, were equipped with 10 talents each. 172, in Erech sevenets. 173, the people heard and 174, proclaimed, in the street of Erech of the plazas. 175. GIs, brought him out. 176, in the street, of Erech of the plazas. 177, Enkidu, sat before him. 178, thus, he spoke. 179 inch. Of Erech, of the plazas. 180, before him. Colonel V. 181 Gish of whom they speak, let me see. 182 whose name fills the lands. 183 I will lure him to the cedar forest. 184 like a strong offspring of Erech. 185 I will let the land hear, that. 186 I am determined to lure him, in the cedar forest. 187 a name I will establish. 188 the elders of Erech of the plazas. 189 brought word to Gish. 190 inch thou art young, O Gish, and thy heart carries thee away. 191 thou dost not know what thou proposest to do. 192 We hear that Huwawa is enraged. 193 Who has ever opposed his weapon? 194 to 1, double hour, in the heart of the forest. 195 Who has ever penetrated into it? 196 Uwawa, whose roar is a deluge. 197 Whose mouth is fire, whose breath is death. 198 Why dost thou desire to do this? 199 To advance towards the dwelling of Uwawa. 200 Gish heard the report of his counselors. 201 He saw and cried out to his friend. 202 Inch now, my friend, thus I speak. 203 I fear him, but I will go to the cedar forest. 204 I will go with thee to the cedar forest. About 5 lines missing. 210. 211 May. Thee. 212 Thy God may. Thee. 213 On the road may he guide thee in safety. 214 At the rampart of Erech of the plazas. 215 Gish kneeled down before Shamash. 216 A word then he spoke to him. 217 Inch I will go, O Shamash, thy hands I seize hold of. 218 When I shall have saved my life. 219 Bring me back to the rampart in Erech. 220 Grant protection to me. 221 Gish cried, my friend. 222 His oracle. 223. 224. 225. 226 When? About 2 lines missing. Kernel 6. 229 Inch, I. Gish, the strong one, of the land. 230, a road which I have never trodden. 231, food. Do not, know. 232, when I shall have succeeded. 233, I will praise thee in the joy of my heart. 234, I will extol the superiority of thy power. 235, I will seat thee on thrones. 236, his vessel. 237 The masters brought the weapons. 238, bow and quiver. 239 They placed in hand. 240, he took the hatchet. 241, his quiver. 242, to the god, a second time. 243, with his lance in his girdle. 244, they took the road. 245, again, they approached Gish. 246 Inch, how long, till thou returnest to Erech? 247, again the elders approached him. 248, for the road they counseled Gi's. 249 Inch do not rely, O Gish, on thy strength. 250 Provide food and save thyself. 251 Let Enkidu go before thee. 252 He is acquainted with the way, he has trodden the road. 253, to the entrance of the forest. 254 Of Uwawa, all of them his. 255, he who goes in advance will save the companion. 256 Provide for his road, and save thyself. 257 May Shamash carry out thy endeavor. 258 May he make thy eyes see the prophecy of thy mouth. 259 May he track out for thee the closed path. 260 May he level the road for thy treading. 261 May he level the mountain for thy foot. 262 During thy night the word that wilt rejoice. 263 May Lugalbanda convey and stand by thee. 264 Inches thy endeavor. 265 Like a youth may he establish thy endeavor. 266 Inches the river of Uwawa as thou plannest. 267 Wash thy feet. 268 Round about thee dig a well. 269 May there be pure water constantly for thy libation. 270 Goblets of water pour out to Shamash. 271 May Lugalbanda take note of it. 272 Enkidu opened his mouth and spoke to Gish. 273 Inch, since thou art resolved to take the road. 274 Thy heart, be not afraid, trust to me. 275 Confide, to my hand his dwelling. 276 On the road to Uwawa they proceeded. 277 Command their return. 3 lines missing. Eli. 281 Were filled. 282 They will go with me. 283 284 Joyfully. 285 Upon hearing this word of his. 286 Alone, the road he leveled. 287 Go, O Gish, I will go before thee. 288 May thy God go. 289 May he show thee the road. 290 Gish and Enkidu. 291 Knowingly. 292 Between them. -14 Also. C for the restoration, -13. For the restoration, see Jensen, Tablet 3, 2a, 9. -66. Restored on the basis of the Assyrian version, IB line 10. Cf. Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 4, 10, and restore at the end of this line Dim Tam as in our text, instead of Jensen's conjecture. And the restoration Zarbus, suggested by the Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 4, 4. And cf. Assyrian version, Tablet 8, 3, 18. Utah Bill from Abalu, grieve or darkened. Cf. Ustakal, Assyrian version, IB line 9, where, perhaps, we are to restore it ta dash, Bill pa and Isu. Ustalipa from Elipu, exhaust. See Musarnalt, Assyrian Dictionary, A. Cf. Assyrian version, IB line 11, and restore the end of the line there to I and I is, as in our text. For Dapanua as an epithet of Uwawa, see Assyrian version, Tablet 3, 2a, 17, and 3a, 12. Dapanua occurs also as a description of an ox, room 618, basalt, catalogue of the Kuyenjik tablets, etc. The restoration on the basis of IB 3, 2a, 18. -98 may possibly form a parallel to IB. Line 17 to 18, which would then read about as follows, until I overcome Uwawa, the terrible, and all the evil in the land I shall have destroyed. At the same time, it is possible that we are to restore Luol, Liak at the end of line 98. Lilisu occurs in the Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 6, 36. For Albu, jungle, see Assyrian version, Tablet V, 3, 39, page 160. -111. These lines enable us properly to restore Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 5, 3 equals Hopp's edition, Kernel 5, 3. No doubt the text read as Ars Mutam, or Muyutam, Napisu. Supatu, which occurs again in line 199 and also line 275. Supaasu, equals Supatsu, must have some such meaning as dwelling, demanded by the context. Dorm refers me to OLZ 1916. Restored on the basis of the Assyrian version, Tablet 4, 6, 38. The restoration mutablu, tentatively suggested on the basis of CT 18, 30, 7b, where mutablu, warrior, appears as one of the designations of Gilgamesh, followed by Alik Pana, the one who goes in advance. Or leader, the phrase so constantly used in the Uwawa episode. Cf. Assyrian version, Tablet I, 5, 18-19. -137. These two lines restored on the basis of Jensen 4, 5, 2, and 5. The variant in the Assyrian version, Esanes, written Yukyums in one case and Looms in the other, for the numeral 7 in our text to designate a terror of the largest and most widespread character, is interesting. The number 7 is similarly used as a designation of Gilgamesh, who is called a Siga Iman, sevenfold strong, i.e., supremely strong, CT 18, 30, 6-8. Similarly, Enkidu, IB line 10, is designated Ara Imana, sevenfold. A difficult line because of the uncertainty of the reading at the beginning of the following line. The most obvious meaning of Mi'at-2 is corpse, though in the Assyrian version Salamtu is used, Assyrian version, tablet v. 2, 42. On the other hand, it is possible, as Dr. Lutz suggested to me, that Mitu, despite the manner of writing, is identical with Mi, the name of a divine weapon, well known from the Assyrian creation myth, tablet 4, 130, and other passages. The combination Miu-Seu- lofty weapon, in the bilingual text 4, our superscript 2, 18 number 3, 31-32, would favor the meaning, weapon, in our passage, since, S.A., U2 is a possible restoration at the beginning of line 150. However, the writing Mi'at-Ti points too distinctly to a derivative of the stem Matu, and until a satisfactory explanation of lines 150 to 152 is forthcoming, we must stick to the meaning, corpse, and read the verb ilut. The context suggests lion for the puzzling Labiu. Another puzzling line. Dr. Clay's copy is an accurate reproduction of what is distinguishable. At the close of the line there appears to be a sign written over an erasure. Gati lu dash, us kuan as in, literally, I will place my hand, i.e., I purpose, I am determined. The restoration on the basis of the parallel. Note the interesting phrase, writing a name, in the sense of acquiring fame. The Kiskat, artisans, are introduced also in the Assyrian version, tablet 6, 187, to look at the enormous size and weight of the horns of the slain divine bull. See for other passages Musarnalt Assyrian Dictionary, B. At the beginning of this line, we must seek for the same word as in line 163. While the restoration bele, weapon, is purely conjectural, the context clearly demands some such word. I choose bele in preference to kaka, in view of the Assyrian version, tablet 6, 1. Putuku, or putaku, from pataku would be an appropriate word for the fabrication of weapons. The rebutum here, as in, I take as the master mechanics, as contrasted with the umianu, common workman, or journeyman. A parallel to this forging of the weapons for the two heroes is to be found in the Sumerian fragment of the Gilgamesh Epic published by Langdon, Historical and Religious Texts from the Temple Library of Nippur, Munich, 1914, number 55, 1-15. 170 describe the forging of the various parts of the lances for the two heroes. The Ipru is the spear point Musarnalt, Assyrian Dictionary, B. The Isid Pari is clearly the hilt, and the Miselitum I therefore take as the blade proper. The word occurs here for the first time, so far as I can see. For 30 minas, see Assyrian version, tablet 6, 189, as the weight of the two horns of the divine bull. Each axe weighing 3 biltu, and the lance with point and hilt 3 biltu, we would have to assume 4 biltu for each pasu, so as to get a total of 10 biltu as the weight of the weapons for each hero. The lance is depicted on seal cylinders representing Gilgamesh and Enkidu, for example, Ward, seal cylinders, number 199, and also in numbers 184 and 191 in the field, with the broad hilt, and in an enlarged form in number 648. Note the clear indication of the hilt. The two figures are Gilgamesh and Enkidu, not two Gilgameshes, as Ward assumed. See above, page 34. A different weapon is the club or mace, as seen in Ward, numbers 170 and 173. This appears also to be the weapon which Gilgamesh holds in his hand on the colossal figure from the palace of Sargon, Jastrow, Civilization of Babylonia and Assyria, PL. LVI, though it has been given a somewhat grotesque character by a perhaps intentional approach to the scimitar, associated with Marduk, see Ward, Seal Cylinders, Chapter 27. The exact determination of the various weapons depicted on seal cylinders merits a special study. Begins a speech of Uwawa, extending to, reported to Gish by the elders, line 188 to 189, who add a further warning to the youthful and impetuous hero. Luyuke Susu, also, from Akasu, drive on, or lure on, occurs on the Pennsylvania tablet, line 135, UK KSI, lure on, or entrap, which Langdon erroneously renders, take away, and thereby misses the point completely. See the comment to the line of the Pennsylvania tablet in question. On the phrase Sanubunu, change of countenance, in the sense of enraged, See the note to the Pennsylvania tablet, L.31. New Ma'at occurs in a tablet published by Meissner, Alt Babel. Privatrecht, number 100, with bit ABI, which shows that the total confine of a property is meant, here, therefore, the interior of the forest or heart. It is hardly a biform of nuptum as Musarnalt, Assyrian Dictionary, B, and others have supposed, though nuumtum in one passage quoted by Musarnalt, IBA, may have arisen from an aspirate pronunciation of the P in nuptum. The kneeling attitude of prayer is an interesting touch. It symbolizes submission, as is shown by the description of Gilgamesh's defeat in the encounter with Enkidu, Pennsylvania tablet, L. 227, where Gilgamesh is represented as forced to kneel to the ground. Again in the Assyrian version, tablet V, 4-6, Gilgamesh kneels down, though the reading is not certain, and has a vision. It is much to be regretted that this line is so badly preserved, for it would have enabled us definitely to restore the opening line of the Assyrian version of the Gilgamesh Epic. The fragment published by Jeremias in his appendix to his Istabar Nimrod, Plate 4, gives us the end of the colophon line to the epic, reading D ma t cfib pl I 1 ati. Our text evidently reproduces the same phrase and enables us to supply ka, as well as the name of the hero Gish, of which there are distinct traces. The missing word, therefore, describes the hero as the ruler, or controller of the land. But what are the two signs before ka? A participial form from pakadu, which one naturally thinks of, is impossible because of the ka, and for the same reason one cannot supply the word for shepherd, nakadu. One might think of kaikekadu, except that kakadu is not used for head, in the sense of chief of the land. I venture to restore, Iak-Kadi, strong one. Our text at all events disposes of Hop's conjecture is D ma ti, JOS 22, bottom of the earth, as also of Undnad's proposed, Ad pa, ati, to the ends, Undnad Gressman, Gilgamesh Epos, note, or a reading D ma ti, pillars. The first line of the Assyrian version would now read Sanakba I muaru, D gizgi n, mas iaka, D ma ti, i.e., the one who saw everything, Gilgamesh the strong one of the land. We may at all events be quite certain that the name of the hero occurred in the first line and that he was described by some epithet indicating his superior position. -235 are again an address of Gilgamesh to the sun god, after having received a favorable oracle from the god, line 222. The hero promises to honor and to celebrate the god, by erecting thrones for him. -244 describe the arming of the hero by the master, craftsman. In addition to the pasu and paru, the bow and quiver are given to him. Is paralleled in the new fragment of the Assyrian version published by King in PSBA in 1914, page 66, call 1-2, except that this fragment adds Gi'imir to E Muaika. -252 correspond to column 1, 6-8, of King's fragment, with interesting variations, battle, and fight, instead of way, and road, which show that in the interval between the Old Babylonian and the Assyrian version. The real reason why Enkidu should lead the way, namely, because he knows the country in which Uwawa dwells, lines 252-253, was supplemented by describing Enkidu also as being more experienced in battle than Gilgamesh. I am unable to furnish a satisfactory rendering for this line, owing to the uncertainty of the word at the end. Can it be his household, from the stem which in Hebrew gives us family? Is paralleled by call 1-4 of King's new fragment. The episode of Gish and Enkidu proceeding to Nin-Sun, the mother of Gish, to obtain her counsel, which follows in King's fragment, appears to have been omitted in the Old Babylonian version. Such an elaboration of the tale is exactly what we should expect as it passed down the ages. Our text shows that Ernitu, lines 257, 264, 265, means primarily endeavor, and then success in one's endeavor, or triumph. -270. Do not appear to refer to rites performed after a victory, as might at a first glance appear, but merely voiced the hope that Gish will completely take possession of Uwawa's territory, so as to wash up after the fight in Uwawa's own stream. And the hope is also expressed that he may find pure water in Uwawa's land in abundance, to offer a libation to Shamash. On Supaasu equals Supatsu, see above, to L 115. Note on Sabbatum, above. In a communication before the Oriental Club of Philadelphia, February 10, 1920, Prof. Haupt made the suggestion that Esabaitum, or two, hitherto regarded as a proper name, is an epithet describing the woman who dwells at the seashore which Gilgamesh in the course of his wanderings reaches, as an innkeeper. It is noticeable that the term always appears without the determinative placed before proper names. And since in the Old Babylonian version, so far as preserved, and in the Assyrian version, the determinative is invariably used, its consistent absence in the case of Sabbatum, Assyrian version, Tablet X, 1, 1, 10, 15, 20, 2, 15-16, Sabit. Meissner fragment kernel 2, 11-12, speaks in favor of Professor Haupt's suggestion. The meaning, innkeeper, while not as yet found in Babylonian Assyrian literature, is most plausible, since we have sabu as a general name for drink, though originally designating perhaps more specifically sesame wine, musarnalt. Assyrian Dictionary, B, or distilled brandy, according to Prof. Haupt. Similarly, in the Aramaic dialects, siba is used for, to drink, and in the Pale to furnish drink. Musarnalt in his Assyrian Dictionary, 746b, has also recognized that sabbatum was originally an epithet and compares the Aramaic sebhoyatha, p1, barmaids. In view of the bad reputation of inns in ancient Babylonia as brothels, it would be natural for an epithet like sabbatum to become the equivalent to public women, just as the inn was a public house. Sabbatum would, therefore, have the same force as amatu, the harlot, used in the Gilgamesh Epic by the side of Arimtu, woman. See the note to line 46 of Pennsylvania Tablet. The Sumerian term for the female innkeeper is Sal Justina, the woman of the wine, known to us from the Hammurabi Code sections 108 through 111. The bad reputation of inns is confirmed by these statutes, for the house of the Sal Justina is a gathering place for outlaws. The punishment of a female devotee who enters the house of a wine woman, Bits Sal Justina section 110, is death. It was not prohibition that prompted so severe a punishment, but the recognition of the purpose for which a devotee would enter such a house of ill repute. The speech of the sabbatum or innkeeper to Gilgamesh, above, was, therefore, an invitation to stay with her, instead of seeking for life elsewhere. Viewed as coming from a public woman, the address becomes significant. The invitation would be parallel to the temptation offered by the Arimtu in the first tablet of the Enkidu, and to which Enkidu succumbs. The incident in the tablet would, therefore, form a parallel in the adventures of Gilgamesh to the one that originally belonged to the Enkidu cycle. Finally, it is quite possible that sabbatum is actually the Akkadian equivalent of the Sumerian Sal Justina, though naturally until this equation is confirmed by a syllabary or by other direct evidence, it remains a conjecture. See now also Albright's remarks on sabbatum in the A. J. S. L. 36, pages 269 seek. Scribal error foreign. Text apparently D. Hardly O. Omitted by scribe. Kisti omitted by scribe. I.e., at night to thee, may Lugalbanda, etc. Corrections to the text of Langdon's edition of the Pennsylvania Tablet. Column 1. 5. Read it lutim, heroes, instead of iditatim, omens. 6. Read kakabiu instead of kakae. This disposes of Langdon's note 2 on. 9. Read unesuma, I became weak, from enesu, weak, instead of ilam is suma, he bore a net. This disposes of Langdon's note 5 on page 211. 10. Read uruki instead of adki. Langdon's note 7 is wrong. 12. Langdon's note 8 is wrong. Uam midma puti does not mean, he attained my front. 14. Read abielaasu instead of atbielaasu. 15. Read mudiat instead of muyudaat. 20. Read taedu instead of an impossible, sa, aeta, 2 mistakes in one word. Supply kima sal before tadu. 22. Read as su instead of su, and at the end of the line read tu yuma instead of suyuzu. 23. Read tatare dash as su. 24. Read us tinima instead of is tlma. 28. Read at the beginning sa instead of ina. 29. Langdon's text and transliteration of the first word do not tally. Read ainu, just as in line 31. 32. Read atadu, I rejoiced, instead of atata. Column 2. 4. Read at the end of the line d-sa. Ipti-e, instead of d-aluan. 5. Supply dn kidu at the beginning. Traces point to this reading. 19. Read gi, itma lu, after jis, as suggested by the Assyrian version, tablet I, 4, 38, where emu, strength, replaces nipistu of our text. 20. Read at ta kima sal ta a, bu su. 21. Read ta ram su kima. 23. Read as one word ma ajiriam, accursed, spelled in characteristic Hammurabi fashion, instead of dividing into 2 words ma ak and riam, as Langdon does, who suggests as a translation unto the place yonder of the shepherd. 24. Read I'm ta'ar instead of I'm tagar. 32. Supply Eli after kima. 33. Read esariai I'm as one word. 35. Read ina as risu, I'm, you are you. 36. Traces at beginning point to either you or ki equals iti. Restoration of lines 36 to 39, perhaps to be distributed into 5 lines, on the basis of the Assyrian version, tablet I, 4, 2 to 5. Column 3. 14. Read kas, equals sikaram, wine, sita, drink, as in line 17, instead of by is ti, which leads Langdon to render this perfectly simple line, of the conditions and the fate of the land. 21. Read it tamaru instead of it tabararu. 22. Supply, lusu, I. 29. Read ujri from geru, attack, instead of separating into u and gire, as Langdon does, who translates, and the lion. The sign used can never stand for the copula. Nor is giru, lion. 30. Read sibmes, shepherds, instead of sies. 31. Sibieri is not mountain goat, nor can utapis mean capture. The first word means dagger, and the second he drew out. 33. Read a ti-lu, naki-de, instead of iti imernaki, which yields no sense. Langdon's rendering, even on the basis of his reading of the line, is a grammatical monstrosity. 35. Read geese instead of wa. 37. Read perhaps ena, naki de1, zaakkyar. Column 4. 4. The first sign is clearly is, not ta, as Langdon has it in note 1 on page 216. 9. The fourth sign is su, not su. 10. Separate ees, y, from the following. Read ta, followed, perhaps, by la. The last sign is not certain, it may be ma. 11. Read limnu instead of minu. In the same line read elaku manae ti, ka instead of elaku zu, na a, ma, which, naturally, Langdon cannot translate. 16. Read ilutim instead of paatatim. The first sign of the line, tu, is not certain, because apparently written over an erasure. The second sign may be a. Someone has scratched the tablet at this point. 18. Read ukela at ali instead of ug at adlil, which gives no possible sense. Column 5. 2. Read wa arkisu. 8. Read itawa a instead of itamie. The word piatam belongs to line 9. The sign pi is unmistakable. This disposes of note 1 on 9. Read me equals Almu, image. This disposes of Langdon's note 2 on page 218. Of 6 notes on this page, 4 are wrong. 11. The first sign appears to be SI and the second Ma. At the end we are perhaps to supply Sakipu, UK Kuol, on the basis of the Assyrian version, tablet 4, 2, 45, Sakipu-UK Kuol. 12. Traces at end of line suggest Ipa. Kadu. 13. Read I dash, Namadi dun emu, ki iwa. 18. Read URSANU instead of IPSANU. 19. Read ISRU instead of I2RU. 24. The reading at TI after JIS is suggested by the traces. 25. Read in an I-IB by it, at the end of the line. 28. Read IP tar A-AA la, AK tam at the end of the line, as in the Assyrian version, tablet 4, 2, 37. 30. The conjectural restoration is based on the Assyrian version, tablet 4, 2, 36. Column 6. 3. Read I na I re dash, su. 5. Supply, il liik. 21. Langdon's text has a superfluous GA. 22. Read Uziziesu, his anger, instead of Uesu, his javelin. 23. Read Irasu, i.e., his breast was quieted, in the sense of, his anger was appeased. 31. Read Re-ska instead of Re-su. In general, it should be noted that the indications of the number of lines missing at the bottom of columns 1 to 3 and at the top of columns 4 to 6 as given by Langdon are misleading. Nor should he have drawn any lines at the bottom of columns 1 to 3 as though the tablet were complete. Besides, in very many cases the space indications of what is missing within a line are inaccurate. Dar. Langdon also omitted to copy the statement on the edge, for Su-si, i.e., 240 lines, and in the colophon he mistranslates Su-tu-ur, written, as though from Aru, right, whereas the form is the permansive 3, 1, of Adaru, to be in excess of. The sign 2 never has the value U. In all, Langdon has misread the text or mistransliterated it in over 40 places, and of the 204 preserved lines he has mistranslated about 1/2. The enumeration here is according to Langdon's edition. Plates. Plate I. The Yale tablet. Plate 2. The Yale tablet. Plate 3. The Yale tablet. Plate 4. The Yale tablet. Plate V. The Yale tablet. Plate 6. The Yale tablet. Plate 7. The Yale tablet.